you stop doing it.
Your cat's also afraid of everyone.
She's getting better.
That's embarrassing. Imagine having a cat that's not friendly.
Oh, she's friendly. She just is skittish.
Oh yeah. Just mess with it.
I'm like, as we are.
Oh no, rightfully people should make fun of her being skittish.
Hello. Alright.
Yeah.
It do be there. Do be there. Gents and Lents.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, it's been a little bit since last time, but nonetheless we should still be rocking and still rolling.
Yeah, baby.
Well, we're not rolling yet, but we will be soon.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Previously on Don't Trust Me. Within the heart of the Sovereign Stakes meat plant, the source of the yummy meat is revealed to be a front by the Assembly to torture a prisoner of war, one of the missing Arknights and past acquaintances of the party, Fauna. With a series of machines under a glass surface, the plant had figured a way to abuse Fauna's special abilities to fabricate mass quantities of flesh to process into sustenance for the town of Alginasha. Using some quick thinking after an aggressive attack on the forerunner of the facility, Melody is able to modify his memory into thinking the Arknight has passed away during the experiment, freeing Fauna below and subduing him with the dead man's blouse. The team manages to connect via phone to one of the heads of the Greycoat operation, A1 Dr. Arlen Brasswood. Alma and Beckett are able to convince the man of the Arknight's death, to which they are surprised by his reaction of content rather than disappointment. They store the dead gnome in Alma's gauntlet and promptly leave. Back home, the group rests up and chat as they prepare for their adventure the next day. The next morning, the party meets with Chizamar at his caravan business on the edge of town. He introduces the party to his herd of Birgids, a horse-like livestock that shamble about the dead country, reproducing from their dismembered legs and growing indefinitely. The party breaks into two caravans and begin their assault on the dead country. As they travel for several hours, they reach the shattered landscape of upturned mountains and fractured canyons resembling the mouth of an overgrown shark. Reaching the crag wreath, an intense storm billows down and forces the group into an early camp into the night. As the party goes on watch, while in hiding, a gargantuan Birgid marches through the canyon, absent-mindedly ignoring the party. Deeper into the morning, Chizamar is once again greeted by his sickly invader, commanding him to acclimate himself to a cluster of black sand, forcing a brute force immunity to the toxic substance onto him. As morning comes around, the group comes to and begins their trek into the crag wreath, but not before noticing Amba acting not quite himself. When confronted, he only responds with the phrase, "Do me a favor, Silence," forcing the Galdo to activate and blanket the canyon in darkness, but only abruptly. Once the event ends, Amba returns to himself, unaware of the encounter. It's been a little bit of time. Is there any other clarifications needed before things go back to movement?
No.
No? Yeah. I don't think so. Just like a broken clown horn.
I guess did we insight that was like probably lantern or
No, that was where we left off. There. We
Okay.
haven't done any other checks aside from that. Aside from ending off with Amba going, well, "What the hell are you all looking at? What's going on? Hi, friends."
I think. I mean, my impression of that was he got somehow got possessed by Match, if but for a moment.
Well, yeah, I think he's been incited there. Can I insight? I think is what I'd like to start with to see if that seemed like Match, like from what
Go ahead and do an insight, yeah.
I know of him.
I'll also do one.
I don't
Yeah.
know these fuckers, so I wouldn't have an idea.
Whoa! Dirty 20 for me.
Hey!
Mine was a 16.
Okay.
Mine is 14.
I'm trying to think. I don't think you've ever met.
Nope.
Go ahead and do it with the disadvantage then. Sorry.
No, I get it. I just rolled another 19, so that's still a dirty
Damn.
20.
Okay, what everyone else get?
16.
I think I have interacted with Nameless, so I would at least know, like, if it wasn't
If
him.
it was like some sort of functionality with him. You definitely.
I think that's more where Beckett's mind is. Is like, I know this awful, awful man is a
awful,
problem.
awful.
Yeah.
Tasty. Welcome, friends.
We're just inciting Amba's weird thing that just happened.
Okay.
Yeah, we just
I have no idea
just
what's happening.
now.
We just started.
Yeah, so this is after who at least we think to be a match possessed Amba for a little bit. Did something to cast the land in darkness, like but for a moment, and then was gone.
That's
We're
where.
we're just figuring out what the fuck happened.
And I'll post
Trying to.
the notes as well, and you can review it if you want to.
Yeah.
From there, so you rolled a 16. What did you roll, Maud?
14.
14. Okay. The two of Maud, you definitely recognize that wasn't Amba. And you recognize that it's some sort of connection with your device. Of course, you can make kind of an assumption that this was like a fuse moment. This is someone other than Amba taking over in that instance. Melody, with your recent listenings of like just a bare brief couple of sentences you've shared with Match inside of that state, you would notice, that did kind of sound like him.
Okay.
With the dirty 20, you can infer out 100% this probably wasn't nameless.
Okay. That's all I think
Yeah.
Beckett right now
Is
just
concerned
cares
about.
about. Just like,
And
hey,
like-
was a bad man.
And with a dirty
Yeah.
20, you can at least kind of scan over his mood and whatnot from now. He is, for the most part, at least from his demeanor, back to normal.
Okay.
Doesn't seem clear that he has any memory of this whatsoever. You can kind of be assured of that.
Alright.
Alright, Mr. Chizamar, we are on to another fun day of adventuring, I assume.
Bond's gonna kind of look between everybody in the group as if to say, like, are we gonna like mention this to him? Like,
I mean, it wasn't a bad man, so I don't know.
I mean, this is just a look that's being shared. This is just like,
That's fair.
Ember's just like, what?
yeah.
What happened, Andrew, right before? Like, is there something like happened that like triggered this?
Yeah. What
You
happened?
guys
immediately?
confronted him. You got the idea that he wasn't sounding like his accent.
That's
And so-
right. His
Well,
accent.
yeah, but I meant right before that. Like
Wait,
from him being normal to him not being.
Wasn't
You guys have woken up. There wasn't
Right.
really, as far as you're aware, you have
He
no
woke
idea.
up and started
You just
talking.
woke up, and then you guys eventually he didn't
Yeah.
start talking. You just noticed that he was just kind of keeping to
Yeah,
himself.
because didn't I just
quiet.
randomly go over and be like, hey, are you
Yeah.
evil again?
And he's like, "Are we all a little evil?" And then Melody's like, "Did you mean to not use the accent?"
Okay.
I'm like,
That's all that
Oh,
happened
that's
before
right.
you
Yeah.
guys started like actually asking him to take off the helmet and whatnot.
I'm like,
Like-
I'm like
Yeah.
squint.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm sus of
We
you.
are all pressing Y to doubt right now.
I'll speak up. I'll say to Amba slash what's his actual name, Melody?
Merrick.
Merrick. I'll say Merrick.
Hello, friend.
Can you kind of walk me through your morning so far, from like the moment you woke up to right now?
I'm really just kind of coming to it right about now. I've had I don't know how you enjoy a scouter's sleep, but it is not restful, I assure you.
Do you frequently feel like you're kind of missing part of your mornings when you first wake up? Don't like that.
No.
Great.
that's not disconcerting.
Can I roll insight into that?
Yeah.
Cool.
I believe you.
Your insight, my insight. That was an insight roll that he did.
Was it?
Well,
Okay.
Yes,
He
okay.
incited himself.
He is inciting
He's
you.
like, uh-oh.
Okay, I rolled 19 on mine. So
He seems he's not suspicious.
okay.
It's like maybe even a nat one's worth of not suspicious.
All right.
Well, who's to say?
Interesting.
Really?
What's to say?
But with the 19, you can probably
So
he
that's
hasn't
why-
caught on to me kind of prodding at him.
It's not that he's a really good liar. It's just that he does not detect anything
Yeah.
from the prodding. Okay.
He's just asking me questions
Fine.
normally.
Who's to say what any of us do?
But that was, yeah, you know.
Me, because I'm me and I'm awake.
Valid
Yeah.
point.
But
That's true. Yeah.
All right, we're burning daylight.
As I say, as interesting as this entire situation very much is, maybe something we need to solve and address at some point down the line. We do need to make a strong headway in our next destination. So as the kids might say, mount up.
I think that that's just the thing people say.
Don't
in
say
general.
that.
I don't know.
Mount
I'm
up.
not used to interacting with a lot of people sometimes, and so I don't know what
That's
phrases are common or strange.
No, I
Mount
get, you know,
Mount
context
up,
clues. I get.
Melody. Mount up.
Mavs up.
What?
What?
Then I'll start.
Oh.
I will just start
Oh,
breaking
yeah.
camp and just get it cleaned up and.
That's too weird.
Start
isn't
packing
it?
up.
Now that we're moving into you bastard. Now that we're moving into a different type of game mode than we've ever really done in this campaign so far, let's go ahead and go over that. This group here contains 2 caravans. If you want to write it down right now, just assume that both of the caravans have 100 HP. Each of the wheels,
Great.
20.
Oh no.
I
Wait,
want
what
an
we got
explanation of from each of you as well what you did for bringing supplies on this journey. You can just give me, and then I will determine the supplies from that. Melody, did you do much providing of foodstuffs while you were in town, or did you mostly just?
Yeah. I mean, no, I didn't buy anything. But if we can retroactively say that I bought something.
I feel like we bought.
Okay,
But
based
I
off
don't
that
remember
description,
all.
I'll have you give me a survival check, and the DC will be hidden
Real quick, Andrew, was that 20 HP per wheel or 20 HP total for the wheels?
per wheel.
Okay, that's what I thought. I wanted to make sure I wrote it down.
Yeah.
Fulton's always the one that deals with the ships.
I know, that's why I
was
looked right
saying-
at him like you got this
that's
one.
why I like when CJ was like, I was like, CJ gets me. I will happily do this real quick.
Okay.
So give me a minute and I'll get it squared
That
away.
is
Alright.
an 18.
18, huh?
Another meta question. Did Match/Merrick say anything before that like wave of darkness descended, or
You guys just started billowing down on him, and as he looked up to you, he had these different colored eyes than he had before. Instead of this kind of like this burnt dull, it was this dark, dirty green.
yeah, he said, "Do me a favor."
He said, "Do me a favor, Silence." To which Silence immediately
Oh
responded.
yeah, and that was really weird.
Yeah, so there was some unspoken command.
Something
Yeah.
can be inferred. You responded from him saying that.
Yeah.
Wait, let me try something. Do me a favor, Silence.
What should I do, Saya? I'm confused. I assume he's talking to
What
me.
are you doing?
Just
Yeah.
looking around to see if the blackness happens.
Yeah, I
Just-
don't think it works that way, buddy.
All right.
I will take a second to kind of internally speak with Silence here and just say to him, like, do you recall what just happened with Merrick a few moments ago?
I beg your pardon?
Something seemed to come over Merrick. His voice changed. His eyes turned green. He said, "Do me a favor, Silence." And then there was a wave of darkness that just came and went. And then Merrick returned to normal.
I'm once again slightly confused, Saya. Was it not you that told me that?
Nope. That was 100% not me.
I'm confused.
Did it sound just like my voice?
It sounded like you commanded me, but now that you mention it, no, it didn't.
So it did and it didn't.
No, it was definitely you. Why would I respond if it wasn't? I'm sorry. I've done something wrong again.
Do you recall before you met me, do you recall taking orders from anybody else?
Of course, Clothin Kirsu was my creator. But I believe that's about it. He gave me permission to talk with you, and here we are.
So there was no one you passed through between me and him, no other instructions given.
I remember traveling with Clodin, an elderly man. A part of me thinks there was another, but the image is hazy.
Okay. You didn't do anything wrong. I'm just as confused as you are.
Very well. I will. Shall we think of contingencies if this happens again?
Well,
Perhaps I shan't take all of your orders.
well, I'm not entirely sure what. My problem is that I don't understand the order that was given, because all that I heard on my end was do me a favor, and at least the last time this happened, there was a command word that was given. There was nothing this time, so I don't even know what I could like head off because of that.
What was the word last time?
It was Muoda,
Yes, that is my name.
right? But even then, I mean, so what actually did you do?
Now that I think of it as well, I've never done something like that before either. I'm starting to think there's more to me that can help. And as I think back on the moment, my potential grows larger by the moment, sire.
I'm starting to think that as well, but I mean, until we can unlock whatever this potential is, I mean, I hate to say it, but you're starting to feel like a little bit of a liability.
I agree.
It's not that I don't trust you,
You have every right.
but
If anything were to go wrong due to my actions, I wouldn't know what I would do.
because there's things that I can't remember and things that you can't remember, so I mean, like I said, I'm just as confused as you are. I don't blame you. But
Perhaps if I hear a command from you again, I ask for confirmation.
I think that would be good.
We are in agreement. I hope this doesn't. Never mind.
Do
And then just
Yeah.
the
He
field
just kind
fades.
of okay.
The whole time, I think. Beck was just like, silence, go. Silence, activate.
Are you sure your body has enough water?
Silence, darkness.
Battle
Silence.
ready armor on!
After all this, after like Vaughn kind of like snaps back to like his present surroundings, he's just like Beckett, that's not how it works.
It worked for him, and I went,
That's
Beckett, let me make this very clear. I know I've not been around this situation very long, but even I can pick up on the fact of that's not how that works.
What the hell are you talking about?
I'm gonna take Mark's hand.
You turn to
We can talk about this on the road.
yeah. Let's look. We're burning daylight here. This man is our only shot across this wasteland. I agree. We need to probably
Kind of look over to
tracks.
Melody and just go, truly, I think you do need to have that conversation, but I would like to get a move on.
I mean,
So
okay, we can
speaking
do it on the thing.
Good deal.
Yeah, but our guide here hasn't finished explaining the rules of the.
Okay, fine.
I explained all the rules. Were you not listening when I
Don't
explained
touch
the
the
rules
great
yesterday?
thing.
Just don't touch
Mom?
the sand.
Don't
Beckett,
touch the stance. Stay on the
did you do any
wagons.
special hunting while in town to provide provisions for us?
I know that, like,
we talked this yesterday.
before we left, Chizamara and me, we like made a comment about like gathering rations for this,
I would have made
and
sure
so
there's 2 weeks rations.
that's the
You would
only
have
thing.
probably brought rations.
I would have packed 2 weeks worth of rations, spending a week on each way.
Okay.
That would have been what I did.
I've prepared
how many
2 weeks
people
of
would you have-
campfire songs.
And how many people would you have provided those rations for?
I would have designed it for. It would have been enough for 6 people,
6 of
and
them.
then I mean, from what I would remember, I assume the fucking whatchamacallits, whose name I really wish I could start remembering that are my packing that are the fucking beast of burden.
The Bergids.
Bergids, thank you. I
Bergids.
don't know why that name fucking just keeps
It's not.
escaping
I haven't
me.
made it easy.
Beast
on
of
you.
Bergids.
The Bergids. Do they need? Can they just be a graze animal out in the sand?
They
or-
mostly are.
Okay, that's what I thought.
They eat. They are very
Yeah.
low maintenance.
Okay, that's because I was like, oh my gosh, I was not gonna think to pack any extra things for that. No, it would have been 2 weeks worth of rations.
Dead weeds and stuff that
Yeah.
scramble about.
2 weeks worth of rations for 6, which is our party size, right? With Amba.
Yes.
Yes. And then I mean, I would have packed as much water as I could, but
Okay.
I wouldn't be.
I mean,
I'll be honest. I wouldn't have been as stressed about that.
So-
On
Okay,
more
so
than one occasion, I did talk about making different sauces, so we probably have plenty of sauce.
This is true. Megan
Hell
did say he's
yeah.
gonna pack a lot of sauces.
Sauce is food.
There's a lot of brand.
Okay.
I made dumb jokes about shawarma, and it became a whole thing.
All right. So
I ate a bunch of tzatziki
this is a
sauce.
shakshoma. Shakshoma. What is it called?
I fucking know, man.
Good stuff.
First, like,
So
with shawarma.
do a survival check for me,
Okay.
please. Ow.
Everybody or
DC.
just
him for now? I'm using his DC based off of what he was talking about.
16.
16. Okay, cool. You would have been able to
How
provide
many-
some decent rations.
How
too.
many pounds of tzatziki sauce did I bring?
There's just a couple of drums. Of
Ember,
Pounds, that's
did
crazy.
you look in collecting, or are you mostly
Just a
leaving that to your
5-gallon
friend
bucket of tzatziki sauce.
Yeah, I don't think I did anything.
Okay, that's fair. Ma, did you do anything special?
I looked in my notes, but yeah, no, I didn't have anything that I
To be fair, I didn't ask.
And that's fine.
Do
Yeah,
anything,
like
I
you would
probably
assume
have.
you would have provided some stuff.
Yeah.
Amber brought a little bit of stuff from
Good boy.
from.
I probably have some like leftover corn nuts in my bag from our last trip.
I mean, I have dynamite if anyone gets them.
Ooh, yummy.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. That could prove very useful on this trip. So
I
Ember
also-
did provide.
I also have exploding putty that I can shoot with.
Ember is providing.
Right.
If we hit up roadblocks,
I just
Ember
don't have
is my
food.
gal.
Listen, if you guys are hungry, I have a couple tasty bears.
I was gonna say
I have gummy bears.
how many calories are in
Yeah.
a tasty bear?
I have gummies.
What's
Great
the
number.
protein?
And if,
Persian
you think
jerky.
about, and if you think about it, we have all the meat we can ask for hidden here in my arm. No, bad joke.
No.
We're not doing that
I
today.
get it.
aware it is a joke. Okay.
I get
No,
it.
I mean, I get the joke. It just was a little tasteless.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's very tasteful.
No.
I've tried it.
It does
Well
taste-
hey, this is a good
well
one.
done.
It doesn't
This is a
taste
good
that
one.
bad.
Don't encourage
I mean, as long as you get over.
As long as you regret
Good
it,
joke.
then you can eat it without. Like,
That's
oh
what
man,
I'm
I'm a
saying.
bad person. You keep eating it.
You know, they come back and you just say, "Hey, sorry, I ate a little bit of you," which just seemed fine.
It's
It's
all
also-
about communication. I like the way you think.
Also, if we need extra food, I mean, there's a lot of virgins out here. We could always just.
There's also
take
this
that.
is an
But-
emergency. I have made an anchor at Ereva's house. If emergency comes, I would travel back there and see what I could scrap about. If you guys could survive on your own, there is a caveat to that. I cannot travel while I have a passenger with me. I would have to leave him behind, so you would just make sure the Arc Knight doesn't get away. I guess.
Is there a teleportation circle here?
A teleportation circle. What do you mean? Here?
Uh-huh.
It is. It's right here in this arm. I'm able to
Oh.
meet with my lake point that I made at the house. It is one of the fancy points that.
Oh, that's
made
what I
there.
was meaning was at the house.
No, yeah, there's one at the house. I would have to create one wherever we are here to get back, but that would take about, I don't know, 30 minutes or so.
Okay. Because I was like, I know the spell, so I mean,
I mean, if you have this better, this also works, but it is not the. This is technically not magic, so I don't know if you'd be able to
Right.
kind of match it up for it. But in the end, if you think about it, I could always take it back. You can make a circle there, and then it can be magic. I don't know.
Could you?
I'm able to up to interpretations.
Could you make a anchor point like on the wagon, so then if there's a dire emergency, you don't have to take the 30 minutes?
Sadly, it is not quite so simple. It
Is
is
it like
a.
a place in the
It is not
universe
simply that it's
instead of?
on something. It is simply a coordinate that is put
Right.
on. The coordinate does not move. So one of the reasons why when I teleported you here in the first place, the encampment that was originally here was gone. So that would be convenient, but sadly the signals that these satellites around the planets work with are a little outdated.
Understandable.
All right, but I mean, as long as I have the time, I can create as many of these as I want. To an extent, I haven't exactly met my capacity, but I'm sure there is one.
Right.
All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and round up from just the idea that he fully prepared on bringing stuff on this. This is his first trip, and then there are several of you that scrapped some stuff together. You have 300 units of food and water. Just keep that in mind. Every day, every player will consume 3 of those. So if things are a normal average day, 18 of these will be consumed every single day.
Okay.
If it is an average day. Keep in mind.
So
Well, we
300
better be
units of
binge
food.
eating
Who's binging?
in the caravan.
So we have 16.6 days to get to where we're going.
Or you can scramble for food.
It's always fun.
Or we could just start eating each other.
Or we could just
Read
eat
my
twice
mind.
a day instead of 3 times a day. That would also help.
That is also an option.
Take like a late.
And was it 300 units of food
Breakfast,
and 300 units of
That's
water, or
lunch.
300 units
Yeah,
total
for
for those 2
lunch,
things?
yeah.
Food and water.
And then we'll have a late dinner before we go to bed.
I'm gonna be one thing. I'm gonna be very picky about data for long travels.
I appreciate that.
I have.
But I am gonna eat corn nuts the entire time.
That's fine. Those are not accounted into our 300 units.
I brought some sunflower seeds.
Oh, nice.
Spit them off this thing.
Fucking city folk.
Can I have some of those?
The other thing Fulton wanted to make sure we understood.
Throw them in the
Jesus fucking Christ.
It doesn't. It just. My other tab has it at the lowest volume.
I don't. Yeah.
Sorry.
I love that it's still a
Well,
thing
we got
even several weeks later.
jump-scared.
If I remember correctly, and this is also a moment to just change these balances.
Yep.
From what I remembered, Caravan 1, which was mine, was me, Beckett, and I thought Maud. And then Caravan 2 was Amba, Melody, and Ember.
I think that's right.
I think Ember was with us.
Yeah.
That's fine. Then I will switch. That's also this moment to be like, if anybody wants to switch or rebalance, I just also know it's important in these situations to denote who's where.
Yep.
So I will happily add Ember to our caravan. Maud, you're going to the Amba caravan.
I agree.
Cool.
Okay. Good.
Yes,
Amba,
let's put silence with match.
Why not?
I mean, we can
Yeah.
always change stuff if we need to. But
I was gonna say that maybe isn't the best idea.
I just really don't think that Maud and I are safe together.
I want
We're
to say
too
this again. What
shenanigan-y.
exactly are you all talking about?
Shenanigan.
Melody, you gotta.
We are well overdue for a mess around.
Mel, you gotta explain that to him later.
Later, this is starting to concern
We're
me.
literally gonna be
you
together
turned
for
into
6
another
days.
person for a bit.
Okay, that is not something. That's not going to be the end of that conversation. I hope you know that.
That's fine.
Yes, no, that
you-
is, that is Melody's
driving?
job when we're on the road.
I
Is
can. I
explain
do have
to you
equal
what happened.
proficiency.
I'm putting that on
Maud
her
can
shoulders.
drive? How old? Maud?
Yeah, I've driven before.
How
Maud's
old?
in his like 30s.
Oh, okay.
I don't know exactly how old he is.
Okay.
I do not have my license.
Does this have This doesn't have anything to do with the nameless, does it?
No.
No. Not that I know of.
Higher up on the
Okay.
scale of baddies.
No. Well,
You're like, I don't know much in this world, but I do know it doesn't have to do with names.
It's not the bad man. That's all I know.
I just kind of make eyes at Maud.
Not the bad man.
Because he's right here.
God, that would have
Make
been.
that
I
face,
like
Andrew.
that.
How are you
we're
supposed to
close.
know?
I
Right.
like to think that
It's
we're
part of the
having
whole joy of this
conversation,
campaign.
Like,
I
as
can't
we're
see
driving the
Chrissy.
wagons.
who's gonna know?
Are you?
What's gonna know?
I don't know if you're actually doing it or not.
I don't
You're just
know,
holding.
should
You're
I?
just holding a freaking hand to your eye. Does that mean you're casting a level 6 spell or not?
These are my true sight binoculars.
Your what?
My true sight binoculars.
Oh my god.
Amazing.
Ah! Mom, why do you look like that? I just picture Silence.
He looks like
just-
what?
Silence is just completely nude, just like koalaing to him.
I'll ask one more time. Are you actually casting it?
Ooh.
You're scaring me, so now I kind of
Well,
want
tell
to.
me if I'm asking
no,
you a
I'm
question.
not.
Okay, cool.
I don't need to.
Good.
Cool.
Shit.
But I think at some point now you should.
No metagame.
Ah!
It's never happened.
All right.
Melody's like.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
you say,
bro?
With that in mind, who is spearheading the beginning of our adventure into the crag reef?
I mean, my
Zoomy,
wagon's-
you're
my-
up.
My wagon's taking point and I'm driving.
Okay.
Down to the wild blue yonder. I imagine I got Beckett riding shotgun and telling Amber not to blow anything up in the back.
Amber.
Unless you really want to.
Who's Amber?
That's what I said, Amber.
Who's Amber?
That's your name, Amber.
Amber,
Is my accent getting confusing for you?
Her
Yes.
name is Amber Caster.
Damn.
What a dumb bit that is.
So you're gonna say what a dumb bitch? I was like, whoa.
I mean, that is also true, but
Fire.
Stupid hoe.
So I'll head the second vehicle, the secking wagon.
Alright.
I'm sitting in the back and I'm just like holding Amba's hands like this.
I'm like,
Doing like a reading.
is there a reason why you are,
I'm reading his palm.
never mind. I don't want to ask. Alright, Mr. Chismar.
I don't want to do what you have to do.
You know the crag reef really, very well. Go ahead and roll a survival check with advantage.
Woo!
I know. What if we call him Chizzy instead of Zoomy?
He
That
doesn't
is
like
a
nicknames.
20.
I know he doesn't.
Alright.
We'll get there.
So as you begin your exodus into this this desolate yet broken lands of the Crag Reef, the path that narrows between these mountains, the shattered landscape around you becomes more and more rugged, becomes more and more narrow as this beaten-in land slowly becomes more, less beaten and more just kind of narrowed inwards. It gets to the point where almost your Bergids are starting to do that like mountain goat thing, where they're just kind of at an angle, yet keeping their momentum pushing forward, and yet at the same time, there's just kind of this ominous little tilt to a lot of the group here. But as you navigate through many of these broken spots, you're like, okay, this is this crag. I make a right here. I recommend that pile of dung. Good nights. I'm gonna go ahead and pass here for the next two.
Oh, there's that broken rock from when I fell on my ass the other night. Yeah.
Okay. With that in mind, I want you to just roll me a flat D20.
You got it, brother.
I don't know if he has a flat d20.
I mean, every side is.
That's a 3.
A 3, huh?
Nice.
Blame Dice Cloud version 2.
Okay, but then
Get
what's the
dice.
excuse the rest of the time?
Okay.
I suck.
One more roll, Fulton, if you can. Roll a D100 for me.
Ooh, that's
Random encounter check.
that's how we're gonna do this.
I cannot reach
There's
my
no way to know.
12 rule. 12
Fuck my dad. No!
No
Borks.
Ah!
No Borks.
I was almost certain that was open.
That would have been funny.
That's not
What
That's
kind of
a
barbarian you take me for?
that's a 41, good buddy.
Or what?
You see 41 tree blights coming.
Fuck, not again!
41 ancient dragons descend from the
Shit!
sky.
Run, boys!
Just the worst 41 vine blights that have a 10 speed. So you just see them coming slowly towards you.
Okay. As you travel along here, there begins to open up a break in the roadway here that you don't recognize. It's not normal. You start to think for a moment that you've made a wrong turn, but the surrounding still seems pretty familiar here. You see, blooming out in front of you, this dead grass slowly becomes this light teal green as it surrounds this open source of water. An oasis, if you will.
There's not supposed to be water here, is there?
You tell me, man.
I'm gonna rack my brain. Is there supposed to be water here?
Okay, go ahead and make just a
I'll make a nice
just make a nature check for me.
Okay, so I'll make whatever roll you want, boss. It's an 11.
11?
Flat average,
It's a
essentially.
flat 11?
Yeah.
You've never seen water like this before. I mean, it does rain every once in a blue moon, but you feel like you would have marked this
Let's
down.
say,
if
how
you'd seen it by
big
now.
and wide is this?
Okay, this tiny little pond here is about the size of this house.
Shit,
It's
okay.
a decent water source.
I'm gonna kind of, throw up the old universal stop sign to Mod. So he knows to pull up.
All obliged.
Just kind of sit for a second without looking over, speak to Beckett, and go, this water ain't supposed to be here. This is
Is there like a source of the water, or is it just
just
a
a
pool
flat.
of water?
Make a perception check.
I'm intrigued.
14.
14. As you look out and about here, you just kind of peek over here, and it's kind of a murky blue water here. But you kind of look down, it kind of like pulls into this like this sinkhole at the bottom, and you see these just faint bubbles coming out from the bottom of it.
Does it seem like it's like
There's,
draining and like the bubbles are like air escaping, or like it's heat?
from the 14, if anything, you're looking at it. No, the water's not going down at all.
Okay.
Interesting.
I'll take a minute here, kind of hop off. As I do, I want to find some rope that I probably rolled up along one of the sides just to spare. Summon my great axe into my hand. Use that to knock off a nice 7-inch piece of rope.
Okay.
I know this is much bigger than 7 inches, but it's just what my hands did. I should probably actually hack off about a foot.
Okay, a foot of it.
I
That's
hack off
still
about a
way
foot.
more than a foot.
I know. I'm bad at judging size, you can tell. I'm just gonna slowly, kind of carefully begin walking closer to the edge, watching. The minute I see something weird as I walk to the edge of this, I'm fucking molten.
Yep.
and I would just like to try to take the edge of this rope and just drop it into the water. Like,
Okay.
so I want to see if if it reacts.
Okay.
Mainly, I want to see this should hopefully tell me if it's like boiling hot or if it's acidic or anything weird.
Yes, exactly.
So I'm basically going to use a little bit of a rope test.
So
Let's
as
test it
you
real quick.
pull it in as well, go ahead and do an investigation check for me.
And I think I would do the same just with like some hair, just like cut off a lock of hair and just drop it in.
Okay, cool.
That's nice because my investigation's a 3.
Do you want me to also do investigation?
For the love of God,
You rolled a
please.
3?
I rolled a 3 and I get 0.
So you put it in there for a second, and you're like, as you ring it down here, like you get a quick cramp on here. It's like fuck now, and then the rope drops in the water.
But fuck! Beckett!
I was 7 inches.
I got a 15 investigate.
Okay, with 15, you're doing a similar technique to this as
Yeah,
well.
Just some hair.
Okay, yeah.
Just
you
be
get this
smarter
in
than
here.
me.
You
I
kind
can
of
use my mage
running
hand,
around
see if I
here,
can
test to
yourself.
see if like anything even comes to it. If it's that kind of oasis. You pull it out, and if it was hot, you feel like it would have changed the quality of it. If it was acidic, it would have burnt away. Nothing seems to have changed.
Okay.
He's doing it.
Yeah.
Okay. As you put
Just
your
a finger.
hand in the water.
Clear, he did it, not me. He did it, not me.
Nothing happened.
Okay. How's it feel? Is it?
It's slightly. It's lukewarm. If anything, slightly cold.
Okay. Colder than like I would have expected
It's
in a desert.
really hot out. That's very strange.
Okay. Cool. I go. It doesn't hurt.
That's good.
Still got your hamster?
Huh?
Still got your
Just
hamster?
toss Carol in.
Carol?
Yeah.
Carol doesn't exist anymore.
No, you got it.
Carol
you
flew
got it.
off.
Well, no, I thought you got a new hamster.
No,
Oh, no,
nothing
I
we
have my
kept there
little-
doesn't work.
No, I got a little homunculus.
That's
what I
right. Okay.
got
For some,
a little
well,
Can
for
I-
some reason, I thought that you had like when we were. Oh no,
Can I
I
do
remember
some
we were
form of,
going
like,
back
nature
through
check
our
to see if this is,
memories
like,
and
Yeah.
safe
yes,
water?
that
Give
And
me
I
a
stole
nature
Carol,
check or an
and then
arcana
Carol
check,
ceased
either
to
one.
Right,
exist.
exactly.
I know.
Probably a
I noticed
nature
that
check would be
about
better here.
11.
11.
Wish we had
Survival
like, a
man,
hamster.
no,
None of this is adding up at this point.
I mean, we can.
As you're thinking here, like with an 11, I'll give you this. It's being produced from somewhere, and you're imagining it's from something under the ground. But as you see the air pop up here, you can't help but feel like something. This might not even be. If Chismar said it was not here before, this might be recently that's popped up. Maybe something is down there producing it. I don't
So
know
this
what it
is piss.
Is there any kind of smell?
Make a perception check.
Is it piss?
No, nobody's done a smell check yet.
No one's done a smell check. Is it piss?
Is it piss?
Big pile.
We're gonna find out.
The
Just
next
a big
best
old thing of
game
piss.
show.
It's a 5.
Is.
That's a 5 for
Is.
piss
A 5?
check.
Piss!
A 5. You
Five.
take a whiff of it here. It seems pretty neutral, at least from you. I'm not a piss sniffer. I don't know.
It's someone's piss if they drank a lot of water.
Oh,
A
that just
very
smells like nothing.
hydrated person.
This is the piss of a very hydrated creature, clearly.
I mean, it should be safe to drink then, even if it is.
Doing any other checks, Chismar, or
I'm trying to think if there's any other creative bullshit I want to do here. Because I'll be honest, I don't want to pass up a chance to stock up on extra water if it's safe.
Right.
But I'm running out of ways to test it without just drinking it.
Well, that would only be if it's magical.
Next time we rest, I'm gonna take the opportunity to change out some of my spells.
Good call.
Not a bad idea. You know, I'll take the risk. I'll grab a small cup, simple one, small little canteen cup. Get a very little amount of it, so not a lot.
okay.
Scoop a little. Now that CJ/Ember mentioned it, I will use my mage hand to scoop this out, so I'm not touching it. I forgot gotta have that cantrip, so I will use that to get me my water, just to be extra safe.
Okay.
And then I will, whatever this little bit of it, take just a little small swig and see if it tastes and acts fine.
Okay.
Is it piss?
You take a swig of it here, and the initial taste is
Piss.
that's tap water from.
Brother, ooh.
It's very alkaline.
Oh.
Interesting.
Very, very bitter. Very
Oh,
alkaline.
I don't like that at all.
Well, so as you turn back to your party here, something a little bizarre about Chismar.
I look.
All of his
Anyone
That
wants to make a perception check?
Yeah.
I
you.
sure will.
What's up with this
I'm blind.
furry fuck?
My hair's falling out.
It's a 14 for
He's
Mark.
immediately
14.
a bald
10.
cat.
24.
Perception?
Yeah.
21.
What do I see with my
Um,
social eyes?
Well, you'd be the first one to notice it, of course. As Chismar begins talking, I mean, yeah, his whiskers just fell off of his face.
Oh.
And just it's almost as if he moves just little flakes of it as it begins to metabolize a little more. Just doesn't really agree with your hair.
Look at us go. I'm getting real sick of losing my
Hairless
hair.
cat. Hairless cat.
How do you feel?
I'm getting real sick of losing my hair.
How many times have you lost your
A
hair?
lot. Alright, as you can tell, makes you
You're
lose
gonna
your
be so
hair.
soft.
Don't touch it.
Why
Also,
did-
it's very bitter, not potable.
Yeah, why did
Moving
you do
on.
that? That's crazy.
Because I don't pass up on a chance to have extra water if it's potable, and sometimes you gotta take a chance.
Do you
No.
want us to collect your hair?
This is
No, it'll grow back.
It's a learning experience. He is the man with the plan. I admire your gusto.
Yeah.
Not the first time I've tested out weird shit while I've been out here.
You tested shit?
And I
Did
thought that was
you guys
creepy.
see me mention the dung pile we passed a while back? It was a good pile of dung.
To be valid, I'm not in your caravan, so I
Valid
actually did
point,
not
actually,
hear you say
that's
that.
true. There was a good pile of dung we passed a little ways back. It's a good pile of dung.
We should have stopped for that.
With that, I'm saying,
Fuck.
Fuck.
with that, absolutely fuck the rest of this oasis. I'm like, let's slow it up and go around. And I'm not. Do I only lose this co-patch for good, or am I just going to shed balls?
You feel like if you would have drank more, it would have been much
Okay,
worse.
and that's why you only drink a tiny bit.
Yeah, just a little sip, just metabolize just enough
That's
to
fine.
cause a brief reaction where you just have several patches just kind of.
That's fine. That's
off.
not the first
Oh,
time
you
nor
look
the
like
last.
zero.
It
You
thins
licked
you
just
out
too
a bit,
much.
if you
That's
will.
fine. That's fine. I needed it. Lose a little bit of weight.
We should
Yeah,
prepare
and then like I'll just be like,
for
all right,
story
no one
about
fuck
it.
with it. Mount up. Let's go. I don't care about the rest of this fucking shit.
No, the shit's
Yeah.
back there.
Yeah.
That being said, I will take out one of my journals that I use to kind of track the notes about this area and kind of basically make a mark that this area, at least for now, has this.
Yeah. All right.
I want to talk to Merrick.
As the day kind of rolls over here, as the sun begins going down for your travels from here, Merrick is here with you, of course. You'll be able to speak with him.
Okay. So, you know how I told you that something weird happened with Match? So he like jumped inside of you whenever I was trying to get you reconnected with your body.
I remember.
So this morning when you woke up, you like didn't sound normal. You were acting really cagey, and then you kind of snapped out of it. And I feel like there's a possibility that Match might still be in there hitching a ride.
I think so.
That's what we're talking about. So I don't know if there's a way to potentially have me try to talk to him.
Well,
I don't know. I try to like.
no,
cast
you
a
guys
sense
are
of
right
him.
to be suspicious. That's very unsettling for me. But nevertheless, I mean, if he did add something to me, I'm more or less unsurprised.
Well, I just don't know what his motivation for doing that is.
There's a lot that this man kept secret during his times. He's earning from what he's done. He's terrified of what he's unleashed. I can only imagine the lengths he's going to go to fix it.
Would it be? I'm gonna try two things, and then I'm gonna cast your seeing to look.
doing? That's not progressing the narrative. What are you doing?
I said I cast True Seeing.
You said you're gonna try 2 things and then cast True Seeing.
No, one of the 2 things is casting.
Oh,
True Seeing.
okay. I was like,
I said now I'm going to
I
cast.
was like, this doesn't help me, man.
I said my True Seeing binoculars. I have True Sight. I notice secret doors. I can see into the ethereal plane. Out to range of 120 feet.
Okay.
What's going on? Is he looking
So-
normal?
You cast this ability here, and suddenly the area around you sort of deepens.
I picture my eyes like go black.
Ew.
Okay.
Disgusting.
I don't know.
As this happens, you see
Flavor.
the deeper parts of everyone. You see this this light that kind of glows and circulates within everyone. You can only assume is
That's
everyone's
interesting.
Sojin, their abilities. You look at him and see that you see Chizamar. You see something a little deeper with him. You see just
I like zoom in with my.
you see just streaks of this dirty water mixed in with his Sojin prowess here. That's kind of like as though like bits of pollution within the spring that just kind of circulates in bits and pieces. As it
Melody's
goes.
fully questioning if that's the thing he just drank. Like mixing up with this magic.
Yes.
You'll notice as you're looking at your friends as well, Ember seems pretty normal as well. Amba, surprisingly, nothing out of the ordinary with him. Maud, however, has this aura kind of twisting and turning within him as well. Very much centering around the eyes, this dirty green, undulating aura that seems to flow counterintuitively with his own and puts off this own energy that just sits within him and just spins back and forth, back and forth. You check around with your other party members. You make eye contact with Beckett.
In order to make eye contact with Beckett, I have to literally have climbed up to the front and am like looking out to the other caravan.
Are we
Which-
not still talking outside?
Oh, are we still talking outside? Have we
Yeah.
moved on?
This is
Oh, okay.
movement.
Oh, okay, okay. I pictured we were doing this when the caravan started again, but that makes more sense.
Yeah. Time has passed here.
Yeah.
So you move up to Beckett at the front here and
Lazy.
you catch an eyes catch a glimpse of his eyes here and
My brain.
as you study him with this new vision about you here, something about him seems completely normal. He's fine.
I'm so scared.
That was really good.
Oh my god.
I'm really itchy.
That was beautiful.
That is nameless his theme song that I'm playing.
Oh no, I picked up on that. That was amazing. Alright,
We
let's
did
get
talk about
fucking
it at
moving.
some point, but no, this is Beckett.
It's amazing.
That's why he's like, I know it's not nameless.
I mean, even if it might not be Beckett, but it's not a changeling. You can tell.
Yeah, because that's one thing that we can see their true form.
Oh, that's something as well. When you look at Mon, you see more than just the dirtiness in the soul. You do not see
The
Mon's
dirtiness
face.
in his soul.
Oh, he just got like a swirl where his face.
No, it's you see his true form. He's a changeling.
So he has like dark skin, white hair.
He seems
No, I
more
would you like-
acclimated to the East, that type of
Yeah.
nationality.
From
Wow.
D&D, from the official D&D stuff, the changeling's true form is usually very pale with colorless eyes,
Oh,
silver
yeah.
white hair, and features without distinctive
Yeah.
details.
Oh, I was thinking of a drow.
I feel like that'd probably be a little different for
Albeit, yeah, that like it may be a traditional wise.
Yeah.
This is more kind of where you're born. In this case, Maud, do you have any description to Melody of your original form?
I haven't really fleshed it out, but I've always kind of like vaguely pictured Mon being like a little. So he's kind of like as you see now, he's like about 6 foot tall, relatively like slender build. His actual form is like a bit shorter, stockier, like more like built, I guess. And then he has like darker skin, like dark tan skin, and with hair that's like a dirty sandy blonde.
I was
Almost.
picturing one of the Jersey Shore guys.
Oh no.
Don't do that.
It's just
the
whole time.
Don't. That's what Melody says.
Fuck.
Yeah.
So your soul is just fist pumping.
Yeah.
Are you sure it's not the taffy monster from Bob's Burgers?
No.
No.
It's just mud.
Ew.
No.
Okay, cool. So that's the first thing I want to try. The second thing I want to try is I didn't ask for that. Is I want to do a sending to match.
Okay.
I want to say.
Yes, you fat
He
bitch.
keeps doing that. I don't know why. Foot nuzzle.
He responded to my gas.
I have never heard that boy meow.
He's done
Oh,
that.
no, he
He
does
keeps
it a
doing
lot.
it now.
It takes a lot of energy for him to do that.
Yeah, he just
Yeah.
burned like 1,000 calories.
Yeah. Fuck, maybe it'll get him down a waist size.
I'm a nougat man.
He is nougat-esque.
Alright, so what do you say?
Okay, I want to say,
Mentally, in his own ass.
what did you do to Merrick? Are you back in town? Do I need to be worried? We hope to see you soon. Melody.
As you say this,
Dash Melody.
okay, so as you say this, I can't thank you enough. But for the sake of us all, I can't say more.
Bitch.
I knew that's if we got back anything.
He
That's
knows
what
what to do. Keep him alive.
I'm-
See you soon.
I'm just gonna say out loud, but does he? And I'm like shaking Merrick, does he?
It's like,
What are you going on about over
if
there?
this helmet breaks again, we're fucked. I'm just going to say it. We're fucked.
I'm so
I don't know what happens to your friend inside of this if this suddenly becomes inoperable. So, no, please don't. No, he's okay. Kill him. Fine. I don't know.
It's the worst thing in the world if he does. Not really.
Is it?
I don't know. I've never.
Oh shit.
I never
Should
kept
use
one in here when I
spicy
broke
boy.
it. I try not to break it actually. It's tend to have done me good. What did you do?
Oh, well, first of all, I looked at everybody's soul, and I got some questions about that. Number one. Number two, I reached out to Match, and he said, thank you, and you know what to do.
He said, "I can't thank you enough, but for the sake of us all, I can't say anymore."
For the sake of us all, he can't talk to me anymore, which seems like a cop-out.
Keep him alive. He knows what to do. I'll see you soon.
I have to keep you alive, and apparently, well, he said he, I assume you're he, that you know what to do.
I do.
Well, that's news to me. What are you supposed to do?
I need to get you guys back.
Okay, and I'm
Above
not.
all odds, I need to get you back.
Okay, and I'm not supposed to let you die, so you can't.
Well, thank
Like,
you.
don't be
This
like
is-
don't be like
this is the greatest
Chismar
news.
and like lick some weird sketchy water.
You drank it.
We have a guy for that. Don't worry.
That's true.
Chismar's our licking guy.
No, I.
What?
Oh. He
Every
said,
group needs a
he
dead
said I
dedicated
have
lick
to
master.
keep Merrick alive, and so I said, so don't go and be like Chismar and lick random water. He said, well, I don't need to do that. We have a guy for that.
He's like our tester before we eat anything.
Yeah.
To make sure
It
it's
doesn't
not
Confirm
do
with us. Are we all clear? No nameless.
And as far as I can tell.
As far as I'm aware, I am the only person around right now who knows where this man is. I cannot let that change. Not that I don't trust you. You've given me every reason to. You've set me free. So, but for all we know right now, the mystery is still up in the air. Once this becomes apparent, it's no longer going to be a sideline issue. They are going to descend on us. They're going to divert their forces from the region to us.
What was that?
Well timed.
Baron.
He's even
Fuck me. Sorry. Sure you understand.
Sure.
But you are the ones that are important. I need to get you home. Then all of this can be fixed. You just got to believe in your old pal.
Okay, well, if Max pops up again, I'm having a stern conversation with him.
I don't know why he would be. I figured he'd, well, at least from the months of talking to me in that space, he trusted me at this point, so. But if the ways he works still continue, I suppose. Just don't make enemies with him then.
I mean, it's not my plan.
Alright.
We've been all cherry cola this whole time.
Okay. Cherry cola.
People say that. I didn't just make that up.
What?
I'm a trendsetter.
It's all cherry cola.
Let's move on with our day.
I was gonna say it's all cherries, but I think that sounded any better, so.
It's all cherry cola.
It's all cherry cola.
Had our
Have
next
you
stop
ever
for
had a-
lunch.
I love that, honestly.
You ever had a bad cherry cola?
No.
Exactly.
I've also
all
never
good.
had a memorable one.
Yeah, so it's all fine.
Alright. So as you travel down for your first day out and about, you guys reach a place to create shelter. Let's go ahead and roll some perception checks. You guys want to keep the same groups for the night?
Why not?
Does anybody else has another group they want to be with for watch conversation night?
And like I said, you don't have to have a conversation every night. Just it's a good idea to keep a lookout. This is trepidatious lands.
Actually, well, Melody, can I pair up with you for dinner?
Sure.
It's been a hot minute.
It's because I said the cherry cola thing, right?
It was pretty cool. When you sang perception, did you hear what I said? You went perception, and I said disgrace.
Is that a Lion King 2 reference? Oh!
Wow.
We used to listen to that in the days of yore. All 12 inches of the screen popped right out at me.
Yeah, all 7 inches.
All
Oh.
7 inches of
That's
rope.
pretty average, actually.
Beckett, are you good then pairing up with Amba, or do you want to
I don't
switch
care.
for the pairs?
Yeah, like good old times.
Alright, Beckett and Amba
No
together.
offense,
Maud and I
Beckett.
were together one more night.
Alright.
It's an
My perception was the 7.
18, so I carry our side.
Caleb.
Okay, 18.
You're making me laugh.
Yeah, 7 for me on
Okay, so
perception.
you're just settling with the 18. So you can either roll one person advantage or 2 separate rolls.
18's a good roll.
Caleb, what's your perception?
+8.
Okay, you go.
I just rolled a 21.
Okay, cool. And then, do you want to roll perception?
I
or
didn't
just-
roll very good, so.
Okay, you want to see what he can do?
Amba, take point.
Let's see what
Check to see.
Delicious stuff in
Ooh, he did not
Shut
roll.
up.
He did not roll very well either.
Great, we're gonna dive into the Beckett Amba watch because those motherfuckers can't do their jobs.
His perception's pretty good.
All delicious
I mean, it's not the accent I designed for Chisholmar when they started, but I'm just taking them at this point.
Okay.
It was not as
you got a
subtle and
14.
deep as this, but.
Alright.
Okay. So from there, first off is Ember and Melody. Having any combo, or are you just waiting at the 90s?
So, what's going on?
So, who you
I was
fucking?
itching my ear at the same time.
So-
And are they hot?
What's
I
up?
want to see your butthole.
How good's the dick?
Anyway.
Well, I mean, things are fine. Things are fucking complicated, I guess.
With, like, Merrick's, like, whole...
I mean, yeah, just like period. I feel like there's a lot of pressure on us, like to save all the Arknights, and really like I just kind of know the one. Like, you
It's
know.
still pretty cool, though.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty cool.
Persona 5, yeah.
Sorry, please continue. I'm so sorry.
And I mean,
I'm so sorry.
Man,
I mean,
look at those stars. It looks like they're dancing.
I
This is
know.
crazy.
sometimes I feel like the stars in the sky is just some guy in silver pants dancing around.
Whatever the fuck that means. Yeah.
Shut the fuck up with your weird conversations over there. Some of us are trying to sleep.
They're so gay.
Just fucking get it over with.
Go to sleep. You're
Melanie
fucking
leans
next.
in.
Calm down, Chisholmar. The lotion will not apply properly to your bald spots if you keep moving.
Oh my god.
What do you-
I told
So
you all, but you have
rude.
magic hands.
What do you think about the cat?
It's the gauntlet.
Brokeback Mountain ass shit.
It's not magic. Trust me, this technology.
It's like vibrating.
You feel Fuzzy's
Ooh.
presence inside of it.
Weird.
Okay, so sorry.
I'm so sorry, yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Was that a real question?
Yeah, what do you think of the cat?
I just want to get to the point where I can give him a nickname. That is my goal.
Yeah. I need to work on myself because I spent so
Amen, sister.
because when I was homeless, there were so many stray cats.
You're
If
like
I was
Joe
awake, I'd be
Wilson
so
in Grey's
offended.
Anatomy. Like, how many times could she talk about living in her fucking car? Okay.
Like, he's not a cat.
When I was living in my
Thank you.
car, I just really love cats.
They are cats.
And I feel like I know realistically he's a humanoid person,
But
but
he's
he's just
fluffy.
so cute
Yeah, well, he's like half hairless right
and
now.
grumpy,
Yeah. I know, it's always the grumpy one.
and also
No.
okay, no, this is like this is gonna sound crazy, but I kind of think his Sojin is dirty.
What do you mean?
Not like dirty, but like
But like, ew.
no, but like okay. So earlier, I tried out this new spell that I've been working on, this new magic, because I've been working on this. I've been working on this spell to try to suss out.
Oh, is that when
newest.
you got like your demon eyes?
Oh
earlier?
yeah.
Oh.
My binoculars when I was doing this.
Yeah, I didn't even want to look at you.
Yeah. Well, you looked fine, by the way.
Thank
Not like fine, but like fine. Like
Oh.
you look cherry cola to me.
Why don't I look
God.
fine?
Fuck.
Well, because I could just
Whatever.
see your magic, and it was just glowing like normal.
Mhm.
It's not like X-ray vision, like I can like see through your clothes.
Like Superman.
Yeah.
Are you lying? Insight.
I saw your tits. They looked great. Okay, let's move on.
I mean, you look fine. But no, but I could see everybody's magic, and I don't know. Trismart's some weird, like, peppery ass looking, twisty shadow.
CJ
fucking-
just figured it out.
Yeah.
Okay.
some weird.
The fuck?
And I thought for a second, like maybe it was because he
The
lapped
water.
up, he lapped up that gross ass
Right.
water, but
And it was like affecting his magic.
I
or
mean, that
something.
could be, but I don't know. But I also, like, it lasts for an hour, and I'm pretty sure he's metabolized that. I watched him go potty like 5 times.
He might just have a UTI. Who knows?
He might. But it still looks like that.
This is one giant litter box.
Yeah. What is the desert? Not just one.
See,
giant
I'm allowed to make jokes about being a cat.
Go back to sleep. Jeez.
But yeah, I don't know. It's like a little weird. And then Beckett, you won't believe what I saw with Beckett. There's nothing. I know.
So there's nothing there.
Yeah, let me turn the music on. Damn it.
That would have been
But
really funny.
also, and I'm gonna like lean in and whisper and be like, there's also something weird going on with Maud.
There's always something going on with Maud. Like more so?
I don't
Like
know
what?
if it's like more so, but he had like some mucus ass looking shit around his eyes.
Well, I was gonna say like,
Or maybe it's silence.
were you able to look at yourself? Because that was my thought.
I mean, I didn't look in the mirror.
You should have
Do
looked
you
at
have a
yourself.
mirror?
Should have looked at yourself. You have your sunglasses.
The spell would have probably worn off by now.
It's an hour.
Yeah, it would have worn off. You would have done that earlier in the day.
Well,
I
I'll
don't
look
think
at it next time.
Excuse me.
Next time, but
But no, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Pretty weird.
I do not have any reflective.
Also, Maud makes himself taller.
You know, I probably would too.
I would definitely give myself bigger boobs.
You don't need them, but I get it.
I mean, your proportions have to. Hey, you gotta jump in meta-wise. Your proportions have to stay the same, so you
Anyway.
have to make yourself shorter.
Oh
to
my
make
god,
your boobs
Mott's
bigger.
talking in his sleep again.
Mom's like,
He's just making a good scientific point.
Are they all talking? You're supposed to be sleeping!
We try, you guys don't shut the fuck up.
Oh, Chizzy, you silly
Not
man.
my name.
oh, Marmar.
I'm going
Oh, it's the
to
worst
hurt
one.
you. I will leave you behind.
What's his name backwards? Let me
Mumar.
just start calling him that. Anyway.
Okay.
Maud's like barely awake. He just turns over and is like, just don't worry, Mars. Just ignore them.
Mars bar.
I swear to God, Maud, I'm
We're all
gonna
gonna
chop off
come up
that
with
arm of
different
yours and
nicknames
shove it down
for
your
it.
fucking throat.
Maud's snoring.
Alright.
Well, I think we're almost done. I mean, there's more.
Chizzy, wake up.
Okay.
Dumbest one.
I will swap the music to you know what. If you make me.
I feel like it's wrapping up.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna
With your
say-
perception check for the evening, you don't spot anything out of the ordinary, thankfully. Who wants the next watch?
CJ had some one other thing she
I'll
wanted.
take it.
Alright, so convening on the scene, the sleepy Ember and Melody pass off the torch to you and Merrick. As you guys go about onto the blanketed dirt as to avoid any contamination. So
What's up?
don't make fun of me. I've never actually
That's
Never.
fine. I've never done it either. I just found them.
You're gonna steal my stuff.
I've never made the mistake in surrounding myself with funny people. Not for me.
It's actually just a stick that I
What
lit
is-
on fire.
What the hell tastes like freaking Listerine?
I don't know. I just found them. I thought it'd be fun. And
Oh.
it's fine. I've
Good
had
for you.
worse things in my body before.
So, I don't know how long you've known each other. Have you been taking good care of my friend?
Yeah, I mean, I've only known them for like a week or so now,
I mean,
but
it feels like the same at this point.
that's fine.
All that time is lost.
Do you,
But
do you remember, like, before when you were still taken by, when you were still like fully bought in with
I do.
the Grey Coats?
I do.
Okay.
It's like the part of me that is me was talking with Match, and the rest of me was doing what I was doing.
Yeah, that's fair. That probably was really hard.
I mean, not at the time, no.
I mean, probably now.
I mean, thinking about it
sucks.
now, it is not fun, but I was justified for the time being.
Yeah.
Finding that level of confidence and absolution is rare in a soldier.
Yeah.
While it was brief, it was nice, and it is a shame it was for the reason it was.
Yeah. I mean, any sort of brainwashing obviously is bad, but
True.
it's wild that they were able to basically just take away certain parts of you so easily.
I mean, you all people would know that, right? You're one of the soldiers, right? I never went through the conditioning. I got lucky. I escaped. I made it
Yeah.
out.
I mean, it sucked.
It can't just suck. You can't say it sucked. I've seen I've seen the barracks here.
I mean, yeah, it was.
Don't tell me you're not downplaying it.
Of course I am. It was probably the hardest 3 months of my life. You know, I don't like to dwell on stuff like that. I think it doesn't do us any good.
Then, let me ask you, what are you dwelling on now? What is your goal?
You know, I've been wondering that ever since I walked the cave. It was underground for like 2 weeks. Of like, what do I want? And I think right now, like I want to stop running. I feel like I've been running, making shitty deals my whole life, and if I could find a place where I belong, find a place where I don't have to run away every couple months, every few years. I don't have to steal and fight and thieve for lunch, for dinner. You know, that would be a beneficial thing. That would probably make my life a little easier.
And so if this war ends with a certain victory on one side, do you think you would get that? Like if the Assembly didn't dictate you anymore, or if the Legion kept you out of the shadows, you think you'd have that freedom? Or is it best if things went back to the way they were?
I don't want them the way they were. I look back on my time with Chismar fondly, but it was hard. It was tough having to rob and lie and trick people into giving me food. I've never eaten better than whenever I was part of the Legion, but it also felt like I had to watch everything I said and I had to play a certain part.
Part of me idolized Tremlane's vision, the birth of something new, less no certain side one rather than a complete overhaul. I wanted, I mean, if you get over the fact that he was batshit crazy, it is not a bad outlook on the world.
Yeah.
But alas, our higher priorities have gotten in the way, and people are going to get hurt if this continues. So that idea is out the window.
Yeah, I mean, the idea that Malik and the Legion could exist in the same universe peacefully is a wonderful idea. But I think it's...
The pipe dream, nonetheless.
yeah. And so really, which one's better? Having a dictator military who robs kids in the middle of the night, or a dictator military that convinces young people that this is the only way out? Because they both kind of seem like shite to me.
But then, if the Legion cannot fix things, if Malik cannot fix things, if these lanterns cannot recreate things, why don't we do it? It's an idea I've been ruminating on for a while now. Why can't we be the ones to rewrite things? We've lived a world of ours and theirs for so long. Why can't it all be just the world?
Yeah.
Why can't it be mine? Sorry.
I would love the idea that their leaders came over to Malik to help to try to have peace talks, but everything I've known of the Legion growing up, that's not who they are.
I agree.
And so this Fauna person, maybe he does have the best intentions, but
And trust
maybe
is-
he tries to kill us.
Yeah, I worry about that. If even in his state, if we stand a chance. But Freya trusts him, putting a lot into that. And Freya trusts you, putting even more into that.
Well, I appreciate that.
Why, out of all of our friends here, you're, well, if I can't be the closest to her, then of course you will be. And I want you to look out for my friend, because I know once this is
I'll do my best, but you know
No.
how she is.
I've seen you fight. You're quite the fighter. You have quite the stab in your poke. I mean, hell, you gave me a run for my money, didn't
I
you?
don't think I did.
No.
so much. I think you kind of.
You should have seen the
ass.
sweat under that brow of mine. I'm lucky to have dodged the ones that I did.
You know, you really fucked me up with that first spell of yours, and I had a hard time recovering from there.
Well, I can say from the bottom of my heart that if the situation were to ever happen again, I'm in the mindset now that I wouldn't have the heart to fight back as hard. My weakness is returned to me.
And
I
are
can
you okay
assure
with
you,
that?
it won't be the same battle.
Are you okay with that? Are you okay
Of course
with
not.
everything that we?
Of course I'm not
Did
okay
you?
with it. Oh no, I'm more than happy, but my entire resolution has crumbled. I'm an enemy to both sides. I'm a dead man walking.
Yeah. What happens to you when this is all over?
Exactly. If I can't be the creator of my own world here, then the two of them will
I mean,
make sure I pay for my mistakes. I mean,
hopefully, if
I orchestrated the theft of half of their military personnel. I helped form the army that stormed over to the other seas. I rescued Tremlane from you when you could have killed him. I've done a lot of harm in your wake. Do you think I deserve amnesty?
I think everyone deserves a second chance. Unfortunately, if we help one side or the other, I don't think we're going to be in a position to tell them that.
And that is the turmoil that I'm currently dealing with. But alas, the moments of now keep me in check. New friends. I never thought I'd get the opportunity again.
Yeah, I think it's helpful to have these people as friends. It seems like if they are as close to Fauna as it seems that they are. Did they say that they lit him on fire once?
I am going to ignore that story. It is
That
a
seems-
circulation around Porter's tales. I am really just banking that this man is not as strong as the stories say.
Well, if he's that strong and they lit him on fire,
Then I
Then
think we have a
like-
fighting chance.
that's what I think.
Alright. Well, I'm gonna continue watching. You let me know if you need anything.
Alright, sounds good.
So, with the highest of this was a 14. If anything did happen during the night, you didn't notice it.
Okay.
The
Alright.
camera's rated, everyone dies.
So I'll be on once again. It is Chismar and Maud.
We
It's
gotta wake
us.
up Chismar and they're just gone, just
Okay. You guys had a conversation before. You don't have to have another one if you don't want to.
Now let Fulton be a little racist again.
What was your
Just a little bit.
what was your
He
roll?
was clarifying the racism. It wasn't great.
Not to
18
be-
was our highest, and
So
it was
you did
for
get an
me.
18. Okay.
Yes, that's what I hit. Was 18.
Are you guys skipping combo, or is there something you want to talk about?
I mean,
Don't feel obligated.
well, because we had a
If we
combo
talk
plus
every
we had
single
our
night.
whole.
Yeah, like I was just saying, I was the other part, but like, is there anything else new for the evening, or I feel like we got pretty close the other night, honestly.
I mean, you want to talk about more your episode you had last night?
Let's again. You know how you got the little guy that talks in your arm and says shit. To
Yeah,
you?
we each got a little guy.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
right.
Again,
Yeah.
little guy's a fucking asshole.
I mean, my guy's not an asshole.
My guy is.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest with this one, I don't feel that scared to say it because I do enough fucking shit for him. And yes. Though I am curious, and we'll see if we test if we get there, I might now be immune to the gray sand.
Was that what that was all about?
I think. So the long and the short of it, we have plenty of time to get closer and swap over war stories. I think he might be trapped under the gray sand, and so I imagine his making myself immune to its effects is not the goodness of his heart, but rather he is preparing me to be able to go get him.
So somewhere out in this wasteland, he's entombed.
Yeah, that's pretty much how I've understood it, and my job is to get him out of said tomb, which is the entire reason that my ass is alive anymore.
Tell you what, when we get there, and you're going to rescue your guy you've got a complicated relationship with, I will. That gray stand scares the shit out of me, so I will watch and provide support from the side.
I think that is a great role for you. I would not ask for you to risk yourself for anything in that situation.
All right.
I'm getting accustomed to you. Don't need you going off on me.
It's good for you to say.
Okay. As you have this conversation, you said you had 18.
Yes.
So you're talking.
God damn it. Oh man.
This streams of blue light just pulse over your head, over the valley.
Oh.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Mod rolled shit for perception, so he doesn't see this
Okay.
at all.
Just gonna look at it and just go, well, that's fucking interesting.
They're too close to be stars.
Okay.
You recognize it's nothing.
So let's see, do I recognize this at all?
Um,
And I'll nudge Mod and be like, fuck is that?
Maybe
Give him a chance to also
Yeah.
notice what's happening.
It's like, I don't know, man, isn't this your desert?
Technically, that's some shit like this.
they seem to be heading in the same direction as you look up and appear at them. They head just fast enough that you can't get an idea of like anything about the figures passing, but you do know they're people flying through the sky.
Huh.
Sojirs. Heading somewhere.
Are they in, like, aircraft of some kind, or are they just Supermaning their way?
They're, as far as you know, flying.
Superman in their way.
Huh.
Shit. That doesn't feel like it's good.
Because which way are they heading?
They're
Where are they
heading.
heading?
They're heading in the direction you're going.
Okay.
So they're heading the direction of mountain, though.
And with an 18, I guess I'll give you one more, just in the Disney, just barely the. Just the sound of.
Oh, come on. Does it sound like it's coming from the same direction where they're headed?
It is. And you just hear these sounds that only sounds like the sound of fireworks going like.
Those ain't fireworks. Those ain't fireworks.
Big celebration.
Shit.
And then silence.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, just gotta look over to mine and just go, well, I think we're gonna run ourselves into a little bit of a party in a couple weeks when we get there.
Shit, we can't get a lift.
Yeah, well, I'm brutally honest, I would take the longer trip over and have to deal with those fucking assholes.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I guess technically I'm one of those fucking assholes, but like.
And you're not as much of an asshole as the ones I've met.
Yeah. I would also agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, ending that with your perception check, nothing immediately comes to attack your camp as well. At least from what you notice. You wake up to the searing heat of. Yeah, that's fine.
I will take the 18 off our 300s as a totally normal day.
Yep. Nothing out of the ordinary happened to your supplies.
Totally normal, casual.
I will say as everyone
Cherry
like
cola.
starts to wake up and stir,
It's a
making
cherry
breakfast
cola
over the
day.
camp stove. Y'all get up and just go, morning everyone. Hope everyone slept well. I think Malindar's blowing up.
What?
I didn't take your eggs.
Not blown up.
That's what I was about to say.
I only know how to make scrambled.
I'm gonna go over to the carts and just do like a quick check over to make sure that like there's no issues or anything.
Yep.
There's
make
a
a perception check.
sabotage while you guys were fucking off.
Oh.
A chance it could be survival.
Wish.
No.
Jesus. Actually, that was cocked. 8.
Okay, with an 8, you don't see anything too damaged or anything out of the ordinary with your
Okay.
with the cards. At least with that roll.
To clarify, I was doing my watch with Mod last night, and some of them fucking Soldarunos were flying past. Also, straight up flying. I don't know if you guys seen that before. That's new to me. Like flying like so fucking fast. And I heard the faintest sounds of what God described to me as fireworks, but I myself would describe as bombs going off. So, all in the direction of Malandar. So, when we get there in a little under 2 weeks, it might be a party. Just be aware.
Alright.
So
I want
like
to share the information.
a good party.
Oh, I imagine it's going to be a very bad one if there's soldiers and bombs.
Okay.
Those parties aren't often a fun one when I've experienced them. I was feeling them in our little solderinos.
Oh yeah, the fireworks and the
Have
Bombs,
I ever
but
seen
yes.
anything like that when I was in Malandar?
just
Generally,
you're not utterly safe for bombs.
generally the assembly
They are all
soldiers
high power,
don't
that's a fair point.
specify in that kind of sojourn. They're not that advanced.
Okay.
You might be able to deduce that. So either they've learned since then, or they're not Malik soldiers.
Okay.
Which honestly, at this point, it could be either one.
I'll ask this as we were all kind of doing stuff and kind of getting ready. Beckett, what I've seen you trying to give the carts a once over.
Yeah.
Why you worried about something?
Just checking to make sure, they've had 2 days of wear on them.
Give the carts a once over.
Okay, go ahead and make a perception check for me.
I can justify jumping in to help a roll here with enough of that. 16.
16? Okay. With the 16, you do manage to give a little bit more of a thorough. You know your cards.
Yeah.
You put these together for God's sakes.
Give them a deeper once over than I usually do every morning.
You managed to your cart that you've been leading in seems fine, but as you suspect or inspect some of the cart that the rest of the party's in is this the front left wheel, the spokes seem to be rotting.
Ooh. That's not great.
As though the wood is like infected, aging.
Great.
These have not been showing any signs of rot before this moment, right?
Nope.
Shit.
Is it 'cause you drove over that water?
You didn't
Drove
the water.
around it. We drove around it.
We forded the river.
Let's drop through the piss.
We forded the piss.
That was subterranean piss. There's a monster under there.
I'm gonna holler.
Yes.
That was a good guess. I'm glad you
Fucking
guessed
call
that.
As I'm,
Well, especially you saying it was so alkaline, like.
as I'm,
Yeah.
as I'm sitting here staring at this and thinking about it, just gonna sigh heavily
No, that's always
and
make
just
it
holler
mix.
out, Ember,
What? As I'm like eating my eggs.
can I borrow you for a moment?
Sure. I come over and like, what's up?
You got one of them there ways to identify when shit's been fucked with of a magical perception of nature?
I can like check if like there's magic like around something.
The wheel's rotted out, and it should not have rotted out this fast. I want to see if something's been fucking with it.
Okay. I'll cast detect magic on the. Let's just do it on the whole wagon.
Alright, casting detect magic.
Mm-hmm.
So real quick.
Oh, actually, while we're here, can I do it as a ritual?
Oh, sure.
So I don't
Alright,
have to use
yeah.
a spell
I
slot.
mean, we're taking some time here because I figure what's going on with this wheel, and I'm also going to probably replace this wheel. So we're
Yeah.
we're getting a late start in the morning. Fair warning.
Yeah.
But I ain't having a fucking wheel break on the drive.
Yep.
I got at least one spare.
While you do that, I will start to pack up camp,
Okay.
so that way we don't lose too much time.
Yeah, thank you. Good man always has at least one spare wagon wheel.
As you guys pack up, about 30 minutes pass. You check for magic on this thing here, and there is a heavy sense of necrotic magic eating away at this wagon.
Yeah, I'm getting a heavy sense of necrotic magic eating away at your wagon.
Like the entire wagon.
That's one of my favorite things to
She
do.
recalled.
Just say what the dude said.
You do that.
Is it like the entire wagon?
Yes.
Yeah. Unfortunately. What the fuck do you think did this? It wasn't like this when we left.
Nope. I'm gonna do two things right now.
Set it on fire.
No. One, I'm going to begin the process of balancing out the wagon so I can pop off this wheel and replace it. But as to do that, I'm going to cast Dispel Magic on the
Dispel magic. Okay,
So I'm
cool.
going to spell the effect on it.
As you're casting, also roll a nature check for me, please.
Sure.
Or nature or arcana, either one.
I am probably shit at both. I am. But since I'm doing something magical, I will make it a nature arcana check.
Okay.
I am doing a magical thing.
Cool.
That's a 19.
I think that's not bad.
Damn! I get +0 to that. That's a 19 on the roll.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm sitting here just doing my thing and being like, alright, who the fuck fucked with my wagon? I'm not happy with that. Also burn the spell slot. My one of 2 spell slots I have.
Okay. As you ponder on this, as you dispel the magic here, you begin to recall some of your old survival training of going through this night, and it's very, very rare. Very, very rare. But there are simply patches of this area that sometimes just don't align with certain organic materials. You don't suspect anyone sabotaged you.
Okay.
You just got really unlucky.
Cool.
And you're glad it was the wagon and not one of you.
Yeah, I really am actually.
But as you do
We're
this, you're
also
able
organic.
to as you're able to do this, you're able to dispel whatever's eating away at this. One your front wheel here has taken 6 points of damage.
Ah, that was a threat.
No, that's a problem.
Was that something that you already had planned, or was it because I checked it? Was that something you
random.
wanted?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you would have. You feel free to pass over stuff. Please check.
Yeah.
It'll become a surprise later.
I'm
for
gonna
you.
be brutally honest. A once over the wagon is gonna become part of my daily routine a little bit
I'm
deeper.
very glad you're very
Not a bad
thorough
idea
with
at all.
stuff like
No, I actually appreciate it because I mean, literally, like, in my
Well, we've
brain,
probably
he
been
does
driving
these
into one
once overs every
else's
time before
house.
leave, but it's never thorough. Like, it's just alright, nothing broken,
Okay.
nothing breaking off, whatever.
And
But
that's-
like that, I'm like, alright, let's do a deeper check
I mean,
to just
like
make
that's
sure.
something that you could have easily looked over, at least from
Yeah.
the first a bit of
Yeah,
what's going
so-
on with it.
Cool.
So
Yep, I
you're-
earned that.
As you dispel that, you're pretty confident that this probably won't, unless you get unlucky again, probably won't.
Cool. Yep.
Keep going.
Situate it, make sure everything's reinforced and sturdy. Burn whatever time we had to burn, and then get us moving as quick as I can.
Moving forward here, eventually, okay, first off I want to go ahead and have you do your survival check once again with advantage.
Do it. Oh, that's a 10
A 10.
because I rolled a 5 and a natural 1, so it's a 10.
Okay.
Unlucky roll on that one, folks. We're fucked.
With today, it's not so much, you still know the area very well. It's once again a case of the luck virus. You notice that today
Bad
is
fucking day.
extra hot. Like, just sundering hot. You guys, for this day, will consume twice the water.
How about you go fuck yourself?
Oh,
I'm like,
I do. I'm a gooner, you see.
That's fine.
So as you guys dredge through this horrid, just dry heat going through here, just sipping on whatever you can, you eventually come to a fork in the road that you are very, very familiar with, because this is your dumping ground. To the left is the way deeper into the crag reef, but if you travel upwards through this makeshift that you have, you reach your dumping grounds to an area which will save you some days if you traverse this way. Albeit, you'll
As
be
it-
climbing up the mountain.
Yeah, it's going up the mountain and going near the dumping ground, which there's not good shit in there.
I feel like there'd be a lot of shit in the dumping ground.
To be fair, he said good shit.
That's true. The dumping ground's got
So it'll save us a couple of days if we try that.
Like I said, normally this is a month-long trip. You have certain,
already
this would,
cutting it down.
This would cut
That
through
sounds fine.
quite a bit of the crag reef if you do this. So this would help keep you on track for 14 days at least.
Gonna kind of pull up to this area. I'm gonna slow myself a little bit to realign myself with the other wagon. Assuming I don't know if Maud's driving again today. But I'm just gonna kind of get us all up alongside each other and go. All right, we can get to the fork. We're gonna go this way up the mountain. We're doing this because we're gonna save a lot of time by doing it. But I want to be very clear. This is not a very safe area we'll be going through. So heads on a swivel. Don't touch shit.
My chismer's so hot.
Suck it the fuck up.
What?
And I'll kind of retake my lead and kind of showing the other wagon where to go. But very much knowing this area, head is on a swivel.
Yeah.
I'm watching for everything.
Perfect.
After hearing that, I just like have my hand on my rapier, even as like Izumi and I are talking.
I decided to stop playing guitar.
Yes, Ember. Hand raised.
I was gonna say, like, as we're like, once we pack up and we're heading out, I'd like to also ritual cast Find Familiar.
Ooh.
Okay.
And
So,
I'll have
traveling up along this now new,
Bird.
very trepidatious
Oh,
path
quiver.
that has been kind of.
Huh?
That was me, Quipper.
a quiver.
Fish just for a dumb bit.
She's not equipped for that.
You get
you lose one bardic inspiration.
you get a negative inspo.
Alright, yes,
Fuck
Ember,
you.
continue. Sorry.
That's not a mechanic in this game.
So traveling
It is
upwards
now.
on this trepidatious path that has been beaten
who's
down
that?
into this broken mountain here by these corpse runners here. You guys make your way upwards here, and it's a very like, please follow every movement I do. You don't want to fall off one of these things. You're gonna regret it. And you
Throw a
begin
little
your
handkerchief
trek.
over my nose because this smells about to get real fucking bad. I don't warn anybody about it, but I just
No, if I see you do that, I'm gonna
Becca
do
just
it.
Becca and Ember just watch me cover my nose up, which I never
I'll
do.
do the same
I've been.
It is
Mine's been up since we left.
That's fair.
Good man.
I'm not breathing this shit.
And as he puts his nose up, you immediately notice the smell.
Bad.
And what becomes even more unsettling as you go upwards here is the sound. As you begin listening through this hollowed out mountain here, you begin hearing low moans. Scores, hundreds, thousands. You go yards and yards, it seems forever, up the side of this mountain until eventually you clear this caldera-esque area here and you're able to see into the dumping grounds of where Chismar travels on the weekly. Below you is what you can only describe as a sea of zombies. This black and purple undulating mass that kind of World War Z themselves up some of the sides of the caldera and different areas and whatnot. From all different areas of this, it has to be several miles across this caldera, and you just see what can only be noticed as a rave party from hell happening below here.
Sounds super cool.
Arms striking in every which direction here, and as this happens, you just hear this low laughter in your head. Chisholm's head.
He loves it.
This could have been your home.
Yeah, trust me, I know.
Tread lightly.
You know what?
Don't worry about it.
I'm gonna make a perception check as you guys begin coasting the edge of the caldera here.
Natural 20 for a 25.
Nat 20.
Can I?
Dirty
Perception?
20.
You said perception?
Yes.
I'm gonna use my perception for my hawk.
Yeah.
18.
That's a 4 for Maud.
4. Good job, Mod.
Mod's eyes
Mod-
are just burning.
Mod's
from the smell.
focused on fucking not falling off as he's following me. As I'm
Yeah.
just like not taking this easy. Mod's
I was like
shit,
flying the
shit,
iciest
fuck,
road.
fuck, fuck.
13.
Mod's like,
13, okay. So 4, 13, natural 20.
18.
18, awesome.
Dirty 20.
Damn, that's pretty good. Okay, so with the 4, you're not really. This is your entirety of your focus here is on keeping everyone safe behind you, following along this very narrow, beaten-in road here. With the 13, you said there's something you
That's
do
for my
notice. As you're scanning about this area here, this is not the only dumping ground. You see, way off in the distance, another mountain that spires up like this that's hollowed out. You can only imagine a case just like this is happening. You said someone said an 18? Okay. With an 18, you do spot something far off, maybe like a couple miles past, kind of in the direction where you're going, maybe not on the path, maybe somewhere over the mountains. A colossal Bergid laying collapsed over one of the mountains, covered in bomb marks.
And
What is it?
One of these giant Bergids that's
Covered in
over
what?
Probably the one that
Just
walked over
like-
last night, or
like
or
scarred
something.
explosions, like
Okay.
explosion,
Bomb, bomb.
like craters.
okay.
That you just see this faint smoke on this charred giant body just laying over this mountainside over here. And you'll be able to bring that up.
Well, that's what happened, it was a couple nights ago at this point.
No, the birch is what we heard, but the explosions we heard.
Oh yes, I imagine maybe they were trying to kill this thing.
With the dirty and the natural 20, as you guys notice and taking all this as you're watching by being ever so careful to just coast along here, burn yourself however many precious minutes away from this hellscape. You notice on one of these other mountains, these drop zones, another caravan team. They are not faring well. They appear to be swarmed in some sort of enemy attack. These pulsating, red, bulky monsters are ripping the caravan limb from limb. You'd be able to see that from afar, and it's way too quiet to be able to hear anything, but just the twitching of these red beasts on regular caravans is enough to just put you on your toes. And as the attack ceases, these monsters scurry down the side of the mountain, back towards the trails.
The trails that we're on.
Could be.
Shit.
Cool.
Well, gotta love this place, huh?
No, actually.
No, you don't.
That's not how you fucking kill a birch. That's an inhumane. Jizmar's pissed. That is an inhumane, improper. You don't fucking hit them with bombs. You don't fucking try and blow them up and create.
What is the humane way of
they're
killing
that
one?
big.
I was about to say,
How
how-
else do you do it?
I feel bad for it too. This is a prank of nature, but.
Who gets pranked?
Why would you say we blow up a giant donkey?
What's this cloud man?
It
Be
is
honest.
me!
Did
The
Cloud
true
Man blow
vision
up?
saw it the whole
Did Cloud
time.
Man blow up this Tom Bergeron?
He's stronger than you think he is. Anyway.
No,
Old
normally if
character.
we do our jobs right, they don't get that big. We don't have that fucking problem. And if you get to that fucking problem, you figure it out. Nope.
Either way.
What's done is done, though.
I
Weird
mean,
fuck.
if
Have I
we-
ever seen those red things before?
Okay, make another nature check.
Oh,
Since you come
God.
here, often do it with advantage.
Thank
So
you.
many rolls.
That's a 10. I rolled 2 10s.
2 10s. From this distance, it could be anything.
Cool. Alright, I'll relay it to those that didn't see the fucking menaces of a problem tearing apart that caravan down there.
Didn't see that.
I don't know how long this creature has been dead, but as morbid as it sounds, if we're running low on rations, would it be good to try to carve some up and
Holy shit.
Well, we're not.
as long as it's not filled with piss, like that pond.
I mean,
Yeah, well-
it's
Yeah, you
safe
drink
to
pee.
eat.
I did. I drink piss. It happens. Not the first time. Won't be the last.
He needs to raise his standards.
You need to fucking rough it in the country for a couple weeks.
I was homeless.
She literally repped it for like the first
As
time.
we kind of approach and we get kind of because
I
when
had
we
so
like
many
as we
contacts.
go
I was
through this trail here,
Uh-huh.
will we pass right alongside that version or would we have to
It's
take?
gonna be miles off.
Okay.
You'd eventually, in theory, if you kept taking your path, you'd eventually run into kind of where it collapsed, but it'd be a couple days from now.
Okay. Well, when we get there, if it's still good, I wouldn't mind taking some stuff off of it. When we
If
get
it's
there.
gonna
still
be a
good.
few days, it probably won't.
It probably won't, but
It'll probably be gone if what I know of this area
the
is.
carrions will get to it. Nonetheless, heads further on a swivel. I do not want to end up like that caravan down there. And actually, with that,
Yeah, you guys, this is your first bringing it up to these guys here.
yeah, there is just make sure we're all on the up and up. Caravan down that way, completely massacred, slaughtered. They're gone. Nothing we can do. But there's nothing we can do. The beings though that did it have scurried off back into the pit and the trails, and we are technically on a path they can end up taking. So,
I don't suppose it
Then
is
why
safe.
don't we go on that path and go out then?
because they are dead.
But you don't know that the things are gone.
They're gone because they have nothing left to feed on.
You're not here, Mom.
Well,
Technically right.
would it be a bad
Yeah,
idea
well, but I
to
mean-
try to
No, that's
loot whatever we can off of it? Because
How much of a detour would it be to
Yeah,
go
or
down to
that.
that caravan?
Okay, that is on the pits. the drop zone that is adjacent to where you are here. You don't. This is you don't. It's kind of a bad idea to work on someone else's territory, but in theory, if they just die, you can probably find a way to get up there. It would probably take a. You'd probably have to backtrack down. You might lose some time. Because right now you're really skipping a lot of the trail by routing across
If it's
this
gonna
way.
cost time and rations.
But there could be stuff there.
So I'm gonna be brutally honest. It costs time.
You're the professional.
I'd rather not burn more time, but you make a good point that if they might be alive, and Beckett makes a good point that there could be things to garner. I'll kind of try. I will ask a question I know is fucky to get to. In the math of the time we're cutting off by taking this path, how much does it reduce our time save to backtrack for a hop?
If you think about just making progress versus staying at a standstill,
Yeah.
you could probably get back there and back to where you are now, and it'd probably be around the end of the day.
Okay. So we basically just sacrifice whatever else we can make up for the end of today. Essentially.
It seems bad to do that and stay right here with the zombies and the creatures.
That's kind of my thought.
It is a simple risk if you think there are survivors. I mean,
I'm gonna brutally.
I, as a frequenter of these lands, know that it is not likely.
There's not survivors around here.
I personally didn't even see what it was.
Weird, fucked up things that I hate. I'm gonna make an executive decision. We're just gonna keep moving. I apologize if that upsets anyone.
I'm very upset.
I do not want to spend the night next to this pit of zombies.
I am very upset.
With that in mind, we continue along the caldera and the the ominous moans. The ominous moans of what's below begin to cease as you eventually reach the far opposite end of the caldera and manage to scout out a steeper yet relatively manageable path back to that. These are areas that you haven't explored very often. You don't cross across that country, if not ever, but you had to get to Alganasha somehow. I think it would take a safer path to get there. I'm going to go ahead once again for the day before. Straight D20.
24-hour readathon.
Oh my god. 14.
A 14, okay.
I'm pretty sure it was in July.
With the 14, the majority of the day goes by very, and with your successful, well, semi-successful survival check, managed to keep the party of the line. As you guys begin traveling down the other edge of this here, you cut through and make your way back onto a familiar path. I mean, it's been a while. Should be. Eventually the day comes to an end. Save checks. Like I said, you don't have to do talks every night. Melody and Ember roll perception, or joint perception with advantage, or two separate, whatever you want.
Advantage. The melody.
26.
Oh,
26.
I'll have Cyrus with us too. I'm not gonna roll for him, but he's circling.
Is he like a little sparrow, or is he a big bird?
He's like a hawk.
Ooh, nice.
Okay, 26 you said? Your night goes by, and you have Ariel as well. As you buckle down here, you don't seem to see anything out of the ordinary, thank God. Me and you,
Yeah.
do you have something you want to do? Or,
No.
okay,
I'll just let you roll with it. What's
you know,
his perception?
it's +8.
Yeah, I'll let him roll with it.
Okay.
Okay.
Plus
Um,
one.
Let
Let me check. What do I?
I like if it's good. We can
Yeah,
just
it's
keep
about
going.
a 25.
Sweet.
Once
Then I
again,
could
God
ever do.
really wants
it's
to reload the whole
a
thing.
fairly quiet night.
Usually does it for me.
Nothing you're seeing.
Cool.
One more here. perception check for you two.
Yeah, what do you get, Kyle?
Um,
What bonus do you get?
plus 1.
Great. I can just roll with advantage. I get.
I thought you were on.
Yeah, no. I get +5, so I can just roll with advantage for us too.
Yeah, please do.
That is a dirty 20.
Okay. And you have a good stake out here, and you guys once again keep the place clear for the evening. It's very
We
hot,
definitely have some steak.
uncomfortable evening. You at least keep your guys safe to get a good night's sleep for the evening. And in the back of your mind, as you feel this acid reflux just kick into you,
What?
you're leaving your turf. Tell me, are you doing it for them or for me? No lies.
In this case, it would be a matter of both. They need to get somewhere, and I've taken a little bit of a shine to them at this point. But as we both know, I need to get you out, and this gets me deeper into the territory.
In the case of acclamation, it is rare the first attempt sets in.
I swear to God, if he fucking makes me do this again.
Sleep well.
What
I have a
saying?
feeling we'll see each other soon.
Not worrisome at all.
At the end of the second day, day 3 begins.
Woo! So, how much extra units would we
Okay,
have used for
36 water and just the 18 food.
Cool.
Okay, so wait, how many? So we start with 300.
Oh no!
We start with 300 units of food, right?
We had sort of 300 units of each.
Okay.
So we were down to 282 of each after the first day.
Right.
So now we need to stretch 18 off the food and 36 off the water.
Okay, so that leaves us with 264
Food,
of
yeah.
food, and then another 18. So that's 246 of water.
246 of
Don't
water.
smile like that.
Is the wagon still at 100 hit points?
A wagon's fine.
Okay.
And
And
that wheel's still 14. As far, well, I'll do a check on it in the morning, but yeah, cool.
Okay.
Before we get rolling, I will do now do a much more thorough check of the wagon every morning.
Alright, cool. Go ahead and make me another investigation.
So bad.
I'll do one as well.
Thank you. I'm so bad at these. I do a 16 though.
It's only a 13.
Virtual
for me.
dice helping when they can. 16.
13? Okay. You're inspecting one of the wagons here, and you got kind of a better idea of how it works right now. You don't see anything too trepidatious or kind of worrisome occurring with it at the moment. But then again, you got a professional here looking as well. With a 16, it doesn't look like the rod has progressed anymore. It seems what you've done has stabilized, so that's good news.
Can I
No further damage.
can I like take the wheel that has some damage and like try to do like a quick repair on it? Like either like tie some rope on like a
Didn't
loose
even know you were
spoke or like hammer it back in.
What
or
kind of
something.
tools do you have on you?
Thieves tools.
He's got some guns.
So that probably wouldn't do
Thieves
much.
tools.
Tool and tools.
Um,
I mean, he's got Chisholm right there.
Fuck you.
Big old tool.
just give me a
No,
dexterity
wrong.
check for
Okay.
now. Let's try to do a repair on this with just whatever you have on you.
That would be 14.
With the 14, okay. Dealing with this wheel, if it was a simple matter of replacing something, would be one thing, but its integrity is kind of been compromised a bit.
Okay.
I'd say with at least trying to stabilize some of the wheel, kind of trying to keep the rotted pieces together with you said a 14?
Yeah.
Okay, with a 14, I'll give you, let's see. Okay, you repaired by 1.
Okay.
So it's back up to 15.
You got that phone?
Back up to 15 HP. Hold on. 15 HP for that wheel, thank you. Got it in my data.
Got it in the bag.
Got it in the good old data.
If you guys travel off from here, go ahead and once again, are you still doing survival?
Yep.
You are now past your area of expertise. Just roll survival.
Love it.
DC still the same,
What is
but
your survival?
That is a 24. I get a
Nice.
+5.
okay.
So So that's a 19 on the dice, so 24.
Oh yeah, with this in check here, you going through with a set of dominance on. It doesn't matter if I'm out of my comfort zone. I got to be the head of the team here and use all the resources that I've had over the years to keep these motherfuckers alive. And you do. You have a fairly eventless day of travel when it comes to like avoiding any potential storms or keeping the resources in check. Morale keeps at a good pace, and you guys keep a nice steady pace through the day. You don't lose any time, so that's good. I'm gonna roll.
I don't like it when you do that.
Okay. I would like you once again to roll a d100 for me.
I don't like rolling a d100.
You could.
That is a 49.
49.
49?
49?
Do that all day.
Thank you. Oh, do it.
Go roll dice
Okay.
all day.
You guys travel along here, and you find yourself, after about a midday's travel here, a series of 4 caravans that are parked alongside one of the mountains here. As you approach it, whoever wants to make a perception check.
It's a 16 for me.
14.
That's an 18.
Okay, 14.
18!
Hey.
I'll roll with Cyrus again, just 'cause
Leaving you.
advantage. Nat 20 for a 22.
Oh my.
Today.
For my bird.
Cyrus, what are your bird-eyed see?
He sees poop.
God, if only he could tell us what he's talking about.
Another piss lake.
Yes!
Okay.
I mean, Ember can tell you.
It's more fun, bitch, potentially.
Sure. She's just like, caw. Just kidding.
We're like, Emma's not funny.
If you're talking about my hilarious joke, I can't hear you because I'm looking through my bird's eyes right now.
You
But I
stand
bet you're
overhead
laughing.
here with this. A lot of you get a hold of this. You see the 4 caravans here, and you see just what can only be known as the remnants of a massacre. Several of the wagons are covered in blood. There is, however, for the people that rolled over 15, you'll notice near the front of one of the caravans, a pair of 2 figures here, just kind of embraced. They seem to be alive. With a 20 from an overhead, with a nat 20 from an overhead, you notice that one of the wagons, specifically the wagon in the very back, is misshapen, as though there's something inside of it that's kind of distorting the covers of the caravan from the top. As though it's like, normally it's like this round top of the caravan, it's more like bumpy and like out of place.
Is it moving?
With the 20, it's not moving.
Weird. Like it has something like on top of it?
No, it's
Or-
whatever's distorting it's from the inside.
Oh.
It's like when you have leftover food
And
and
it's
foil
like
wrapped
burnt.
over it, you can
Yeah,
kind of see
pulled
the
in.
outline.
Okay.
That's the area, the description of the scene in front of you here.
It's convex, not concave.
Anyone doing anything?
I will relay that.
Lovely.
Well, we might as well check it out.
Dear.
Time to talk a little bit. Alright, who wants to go be the welcoming party to the people up front? Who's got people skills?
I've got it.
Oh,
I climb up to
Okay.
the front. Yeah, Maud and I should probably do it.
Oh,
We're the
boy.
ones that are.
Ember's like, I'm gonna zip them back.
Alright,
Becky, if you
sure.
want to go with them, I won't tell you
I
no.
probably will.
Alright, yeah.
In that case, Amber, Amba, want to go check out whatever that fucking weird thing you saw in the backwoods?
Oh, I guess
Yeah.
Alma is also technically a bard.
I have a +10, and with reliable talent, the worst I can do is a 20. So,
For persuasion.
yeah.
Mine
Nice.
15. But of course you have to roll that. That's...
Those 3 fuckers to the front, us 3
I have
fuckers
20
to the
charisma.
back.
Okay.
If you're cool with it, you don't have to do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can do something you don't
I
want to do.
want to be helpful.
Okay. Take a little split of resources.
So, where's everyone going once again? You said.
Those 3 to the front to check the people who are potentially
Okay.
still alive. Amba, myself, and Ember to the back where the misshapen thing is.
Okay, cool. So let's start with the people up front here. You guys, kind of zero in on this, and you see these 2 figures here, a man and a woman. The man who is just kind of like sunken in eyes, just kind of like he's just experienced some terror.
I do want to say I'm gonna hide, so
Mhm.
they can't see me, just in case.
So
Okay.
it's really
Good for
fun,
trust.
And he's holding this girl who doesn't appear to be moving. And so you go to hide, make a stealth check.
Worst I can do is a 23, but I'll roll.
Still gotta
Yeah,
roll.
23.
Yeah, you managed to duck out of sight from at least. Yeah, you got confident they can't see you.
One under your one over your lowest.
Okay, so you go and approach this group of people. The same
Yeah.
thing.
I'm gonna say, sir.
Who's there?
My name's Melody. This is Maud.
And they
We're
garnishes
traveling.
a old bloody pistol.
Oh, okay.
Sir, we're not here to hurt you. We come in peace.
Stay back. You can't take anything else from me.
Oh, we're not trying to take anything, sir.
Persuasion check.
Yeah, hell yeah.
What would we might be?
No, you're hidden. Shut up.
Okay. Okay, perfect.
From where I'm hiding, does it look like he's actually like looking at
That's a
them?
30.
Make a
like-
perception check.
Because like the way you were miming made it seem like he was like not
Go
sure.
ahead and check for me.
Hey, that's a natural 20.
Okay.
Hey.
His eyes, at least from here, seem very grayed out.
Okay.
He's just aiming randomly.
Okay.
What did you get, Melody?
30.
A 30. Please. My partner, our leader, she's not moving. She won't wake up. Do something, please.
I have some healing abilities. Can I take a look?
Please do.
Okay. We'll
And he
do.
just very weakly puts her down. And he just leans his head back up against the rock side here.
Okay. I'm gonna do a medicine check.
Medicine check.
And I will say I do have like my crossbow like knocked
Mhm.
and like just pointing at the guy, just like waving, in case something bad were
I
to.
have a 14.
A 14. Okay, with this, you can tell. You can at least with over a 10, you can tell this body's dead. But you're not sure if you can assess why. At least from surface, whatever killed it doesn't seem to be too like bearing.
Okay. I'm gonna lay her down and I'm gonna try to gently take this man's hands and I'm gonna say, I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do for her.
We're gonna die out here, aren't we?
I would suggest that you pack up. And okay. I'm very scared to catch something from him.
Do I know anything?
As you hold his hand, go ahead and roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh no.
Do I know anything
I'm
about
not
like
vaccinated!
sickness out here?
Roll medicine with advantage.
Maybe I should have gone to the front so they would know not to touch the diseased people.
Natural 20.
Probably should have
You're so rough.
Mine's a
What?
16.
Yusora. It is. Well, you've encountered something like this earlier in your travels here when you first met Amba. When you were cutting and draining the blood out of
Okay.
someone.
Then in that case, I'm gonna take the shot.
Who are you shooting?
Like
You're shooting at the guy?
The guy, yeah.
Okay.
Legend.
Okay, first off, what did you get?
16.
16.
I'm glad I signed back up there. Man knows when to do what has to be done.
Okay. As the coughing occurs and you feel the clamminess, you make sure you don't let any of that absorb in for too long and no particles make it your way to it. You seem to, there's no way to really tell, but
Yeah, I'm covering
if
up
there's
my
anything
face
this
now
guy's
as well.
suffering from, you've tried your best to keep away from it.
Okay.
I realized I made a new character sheet, and I forgot to add my weapons in. So
Oh,
I'm gonna add
no.
it real fast.
With the nat 20, you know Ysilra is a parasitic disease that is spread through the sand here, and several types of critters that would happen to bite you. It is the violent crystallization of your blood, which usually results in a menagerie of
Homemade trees. Okay.
Cool.
I rolled a 23 to hit.
A 23 to hit.
Yeah.
Okay, you'd hit.
Okay.
Full damage.
So I just watch him get shot.
As you put him back down here.
Just see.
2, 4, 8.
I'm gonna like stumble back and grab for Maud.
27.
And just like that, the head watermelons open, Gallagher style.
Jesus.
God.
And how close were you?
Well, I said as I saw him fall back, I tried to stumble back, but I mean,
Well, he was just kind of lied backwards. It's not like.
well then, I mean, probably this close.
Okay.
Not far, realistically.
If that's the case, you'd probably be showered with blood.
Great.
Cool.
Make one more Constitution.
I
saving
did
throw.
say that after he was coughing that I did cover my face.
Okay. You're
So-
covered in blood though.
Okay. I know. I'm just.
Yeah. I got you. It's not gonna be as bad of a DC.
Okay. That's a 12.
Okay, 12. You in this just moment of horror, just as if someone was just sniped right behind you, and you find yourself just blocking this viscera that just showers about you here, and sure enough, this traitor with a gun right behind you.
And I'll yell to Maud to like use his like paladin abilities to like take away any like poison or whatever that would have done.
Before I could even process it, I go, Beck, what the fuck was that?
Give her some of your help. Otherwise, give her 5 points of lay on hands to neutralize any poison. Or
I'm
anything
literally
bad.
All right. I'll trust that was really necessary, and then I'll go give Melody 5 points.
Okay. The other group of people that are going to the back of the caravan at this time.
Does anyone have a hanky?
All this is
I'll
happening
like take off
simultaneously,
my-
by the way.
Okay.
Who's leading the trip to the back
Like
of the caravan?
mildly traumatized.
So I'm fine with it unless
I just picture
either
me
of you
trying
are
to, like,
jumping at the
help
bit
this
to be
guy,
first
he
through the
coughs
door
and he'll,
here.
like,
I know you're the squishier folks, so I don't want to throw you first through the door.
Well, I am. I don't know about him.
Fair enough. I definitely know you're the wizard. I want you to throw you first through the door
wizard.
there.
I am confused.
You're a wizard.
So, but yeah, I'll kind of to be
I'm a
clear,
rock
because I'm not
hammer.
trusting this. Great axe is summoned, so
Okay.
I got my big fucking swinger swing
He's
ready
got
to
his
go.
Grax.
So
Brax.
The second caravan from the front, you appear inside here. You see one individual, or at least part of the individual.
Oh,
You see
yeah.
a large bite taking another torso.
Oh.
Had to have died from exsanguination.
Yeah.
Right now. From there.
As they do.
The second
to
caravan from the back,
Yeah.
you go and search them through here. There's about 3 figures in here that all seem to be collapsed here. And, well, there's 3 figures that are collapsed and they're not moving.
Okay.
And if one of you were to check the 4th one, the one that is bulging out of proportion here, you rip open the caravan here and you are greeted with what you can only describe as this crimson, crystalline, thorny sculpture with adorned at the very top of these branching out, what they call fractal-like vines, just pieces of flesh adorned at the top.
Oh.
Hands, forearms, pelvises, heads,
Piss.
just forced into the top of the caravan, causing it to bulge in different directions.
Okay.
Chiz.
Okay. Would I, with all my experience out here, know what the fuck
This is a very common disease.
Okay.
A very, very dangerous
So this is the
disease.
end result.
This is the end
This
stage.
is
of what happened.
if it's not taken care of, like in its beginning stages,
Yeah.
you're probably gonna end up like this.
Just gonna look at that, kind of at that point, like use the bigger part, like the
Hey, monster.
Oh no.
I guess handle, but essentially the staff of my axe, and kind of use that to like lightly create a barrier between Ember and Amba and the caravan, and just be like, yeah, we're backing up right the fuck
Is that
now.
peanut?
No.
What did you say?
We're back the fuck up.
Gladly. I back up my full
Yes.
30 feet.
Yeah.
I didn't know if they were like repeating.
Okay.
Yeah,
As
no
you
peanut.
frolic
Yeah,
away
no,
from
no
this
worries.
scene here.
And I still have Cyrus like
Yeah.
circling
Mm-hmm.
in case like anything happens.
And around this point, as you notice the sculpture, you just hear just come from the front of the caravan, and
then
you hear
then-
go, mom, go.
Take care of her.
I'm just gonna look at. I'm gonna listen to that. Lucy goes, "Well, I think I know what they got going on up front."
What?
Long and the short of it, before we move on here, there's a really fucking nasty parasite out here.
Wonderful.
This, and I'm gonna like use the great axe to gesture to the big fucking crystal thing. That's what you turn into if you don't take care of it.
Like, it just looks like a crazy crystalline bramble with just pieces of flesh on the top of it.
Is this what's happening to you? Like with your hair falling out?
This would be...
If this is what would happen to me, I wouldn't be standing
It would
here
be
right
quite another story if you made it that long with the Yusura.
Drink monster piss and turn into a
With
centerpiece.
With the what?
Yusura!
Yusura.
It is a type of, well, I'd like to call it a bioweapon, but I don't know its origins. Yep, it is an infection that really mostly only kind of capitalizes with a heavy source of blood. So generally smaller animals can carry it around without it, well, becoming this thing. Early stages require immediate treatment, whatever magics you can to clean the parasite out. Later stages, like, you know, before this happens, generally if you want to avoid a scene of this proportion, your best chance is to exsanguinate and force the parasite to coagulate out in the sun. So cases like this don't happen, so it doesn't reproduce. Because right now this is a feeding frenzy for the things. Not even comfortable standing this close.
Yep. Oops. With that, I'm like emotionally like, let's go get out.
But yeah, back to the front here. Your shower of blood mod comes over to you. What are you doing?
Well, so he tells me, Beckett threw me something to wipe off, and I want to immediately go back and change my clothes and like get rid of these.
Okay, so Mod comes up to you and he uses a point to like do a quick cureness of an illness. So you get the feeling things happen so quickly here. You got things cleaned off you very quickly. Hopefully that should do it.
And then I'll go over with my dagger and just like basically slit throat, slit arms, try to just get all the blood.
Going through all the different bodies.
Yep.
Yeah, you go in.
I thought
You,
you were doing that to me. I was like,
I just go in the middle. I'm like, I'm sorry, man. Slit.
the
To
real
best.
money, man.
I will say, like, as Beckett
and
very
I'm
much
playing off.
great work over there. I will ask the group here. Anyone got some kerosene?
Oh. I've
Can't
got-
say
Probably
I-
cast a fireball or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I've got magic or
I mean,
my
I've got
power.
my-
Oh, you
I've got my little,
fire witch.
I've got a little like Zippo.
I
Yeah,
mean,
it's
I
like a
listen.
lot.
I'm gonna be very clear. I was gonna ask her to do the ignition sequence
Yeah.
of it, but the
Well,
kerosene.
remember, I have dynamite and like explosion.
Well, yeah.
I'm just saying I can
My,
help.
my thought was a little bit of kerosene. She can use a weaker source
appreciate
of
that.
fire to set the blaze, or is anything stronger. A little bit of kerosene doused on it. She hits one of them. They're like fire bolty little things. It'll light that baby up like a Christmas tree.
I don't need kerosene.
I mean, if you want to burn, I mean, listen. You are welcome to do it whatever way you want to do it. I was trying to save you some heavy hits.
No, I understand that. I don't.
But
I
I would
think
feel
we do.
comfortable if we burned this entire thing to the ground.
I'm down.
Once Beckett's done slitting some throats.
Okay.
Good work, Beckett.
Back into the caravan, the one that hasn't like puffed up with
Yeah.
crystalline sculptures. You find the bodies in the back, and you can
Yep.
see under the skin these bright red veins just kind of pulsating, even though the bodies are dead.
Yeah, I'll drag them out into the sun and just
You
kind of.
see just this crazy field dressing of humans that is just barbaric in nature to anyone who wouldn't know what's going on right now. You see it.
we're doing
And-
a humane thing almost.
It's kind of a similar thing with the first time. Amba joins you as well and helps kind of push the blood out of the body here so that this kind of cataclysm doesn't happen
Yeah.
to the remaining bodies that haven't ruptured.
Yeah. Once he's done with that, I'll kind of motion most people back, Curtis, this and Solid Timber, just go, if you could set this entire thing ablaze, that'd be cool.
So like, how would it fit within a fireball, or would I need to cast multiples? You okay, buddy?
Depends if you guys have gathered them all up into one spot.
I was gonna say if Beckett's rolling them all into one spot.
Okay.
There we go. And the wood will probably catch and continue, so. Yeah, put the corpses together and just burn them all.
You good, buddy?
And Are you dying?
He's
It's
been
a-
shot.
It's a zit.
Are you dying?
I was trying not to say to be gross, but yeah.
I've had
Big
that. I've
respect.
had that happen. It's the
I do want to go up to Beckett and go, do you want to warn a sister next time?
I didn't want to give him any notice.
Okay, but he could have, that could have probably killed me.
Well, yeah, but
Right. You're fine.
to Beckett's credit, if he had
I
made
look
any
like
kind of
Carrie
sign
at
of
the
what,
prom. I'm like,
if Beckett had made any sign or indication what he was going to do, and this guy freaked out and like jerked last minute, like it could have been you instead.
Still,
I'm
I'm
sorry
not,
that.
I'm
Communication
not really a
is
fan
key.
of what happened either.
while I
but-
do agree with your approach to this disease,
Melody does look really freaked out. Like,
this is like straight boy season 2.
literally.
That's what it was, yeah.
Like,
I wasn't expecting like an explosion of head. Usually when I shoot.
wait for the head.
An explosion
Well,
of
I
head.
mean it's a small, thin, pointy thing. Usually when you hit someone, it just kind of goes
Straight through.
and stops. It doesn't like. So
I need to shower.
Melody?
sorry, I exploded the guy on you, but I wanted to make sure that you.
It's like being like, sorry, I exploded the guy with AIDS and all of his blood just went into your mouth.
If
Yeah.
it wasn't so much damage, I probably would have had that just be a shock. That was a
Yeah.
hit.
Yeah. Melody, are you gonna be okay?
I'm like shrugging off my clothes. I sure fucking hope so.
Should be fine.
Members in the
I mean-
caravan, please keep an eye on her for the next 24 hours.
Can I do like some sort of like check on her to see?
Give a medicine check.
She's like shrugging out of her dog. She's like, do you mind?
I do not.
Natural 20, so 21.
You guys have taken measures, cleaned off, even gone so far as to use paladin magic to fix away any festering illness. If there was something happening right now, it's not visible at all.
Okay.
You can't detect anything. Cool.
Andrew's kicking his own wife out of the campaign.
I mean, stop being so annoying.
Got her.
I'm gonna be.
Got her.
I'm gonna come in here and still sit because it's my house. But I'm not gonna participate.
Okay. Going on from there, is there anything else you guys are doing with the evening?
Yeah, I'm gonna blow up some bodies.
Okay, so you
Burn it
you
down.
gather them, try to keep away from blood as much as possible, and you set them aflame with the firebolts. Ensure they begin to char up as they kind of become the sons of the forest pile over a campfire here.
Good work.
And the corpses that are remaining are taken care of. And these.
All right, back on with our day.
Take off one spell slot from my fireball, please. My phone is dead. I know.
Well, you know, if you
Well.
did V2, I would have it right here. But
Okay. Traveling for the rest of the day here becomes relatively unbothered. You haven't caught any higher hair of the creatures from before, whatever attacked this caravan. Hopefully are satiated with their meal. Traveling for the rest of the day, you would be able to notice, Chismar, you're getting close to the edge of the Craglands. Maybe just one more half day of travel will get you out of here onto the next leg of the journey.
Yippee!
Traveling from here as the day begins to progress into its nighttime again. We come to the end of day 3. Any specific pairings again, or just going back to?
I mean, I'd love to stay up and chat with Melody.
Okay. Let's do this chat actually after a quick break.
Yeah.
We have met our halfway point, if that's okay.
Perfect.
I'm assuming it's the standard 18 going away off everything.
This today, it's your everyone's had a decent meal aside from those who were sick from what they watched. 18 from each.
Okay.
Got it.
They don't have a charger.
18 from each.
What charge?
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
each
Android.
ate 6 times our normal amount of
I got
food.
you. I got her, Andrew.
Alright.
Oh, until my
So
beer.
246 units of food, 228 units of water.
Yep.
I just assumed everyone had an iPhone.
Wagon is still at full.
I do, but I still have my.
What's really hey CJ, do you use a USB-C for yours?
We're good. Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say what's fun is now with my fancy new iPhone, I also use USB-C now.
Weird.
Because
iPhone switched over.
the
Oh,
EU,
really? It only took them 20 years to
Yeah.
standard?
and it wasn't even their decision. The EU was like, you gotta start using USB-C.
Oh, yeah.
We aren't gonna let you sell iPhones in the EU
Yeah, because it's like
anymore.
you cannot like have a product that only you can sell. And, like,
Yeah. And so iPhone was basically just like, okay, fine.
Oh, I'm a fan. I now
Even
Well, they've been doing it for all of their other products, like
Yeah.
the iPad and the computer. computer all use USB-C.
Yeah.
I don't know why they've been dragging their feet so hard.
Because
Because they had the
Money.
patent exclusivity to.
It's their proprietary fucking stupid plugin.
Because even if you buy off-brand Apple chargers,
Because they.
Apple's
own the
still
patent of it.
getting a kickback.
Right, now that's not the case anymore. They can't
Thanks
profit
to
it.
debate, I've learned a lot about patents lately. And yes.
Yeah, I'm very excited for whenever I do eventually get a new phone to be able to use a
Yeah.
USB-C.
Let me tell you, brother. 15, pretty fucking great.
Well, I specifically got mine, like the highest thing I could, so that hopefully this just lasts me like as long as humanly
Wait,
possible.
no, that's smart.
That's the goal.
Oh no, it turns out the highest end model would just fucking burst into flames
Oh
after a few months.
Well, what is it like phone companies, like just
Planned
design their
obsolescence.
phones so that they only last for like 2 years?
Yep.
Planned obsolescence. I don't know. I've
Oh,
had Galaxy
shit.
for 2.5 years at this point. It's still trying.
Yeah. Say, I think I've had mine for 4 years,
I had my previous one.
but the camera keeps getting shittier.
I had that last one for 5 years until I switched to this one like a week ago.
I really want to get a new one just for a new camera.
I just finally, I was say, if you want camera, yeah, go Pixel. From what Sheep tells me, it's the best one.
Because what do you have now?
Like the
Is it a Galaxy?
S20, yeah.
Oh, Sheep also speaks highly of the Galaxy.
It's so funny.
I've had the
It's
last.
so funny. Yeah, what a great move.
Sheep
What a
believes
great
if you're
power move.
if you're wanting like fancy ability to like modify
Alright, see
your
you later,
pictures,
and then I just
Androids
roll
are the
leave
best ones
my
to
computer
use.
dies.
I just want
It'd
first.
be funny if it just went back as though it didn't.
That's what I like about this one. Is as far as just like pointing
Alright.
and shooting, really good photos come out of this one now.
I feel like
this
some
one
of
was
that blood
amazing
somehow
when I
got
first
into your
got
knife.
it.
Like here, both just show photo quality and because you'll find this adorable.
What? Just because I used
You
to
get a
straw
kitty
to
big
say
Look at this
anything
fucking-
doesn't mean anything.
Look at first off, look at how clean that picture is. Secondly, look at that dumbass.
Look at that cute, look at them beans.
The beans.
Look at them beans.
The
Kayla,
beans.
look at them beans.
The beans.
She's
I know, I have seen that
Like,
before.
enjoy the
It's so
beans.
cute.
The beans.
Mom, I need to come meet your cat.
I mean, you can meet her for like 5 seconds and she'll run away.
Oh, that's right.
And then she'll come back around and sniff you and be around you. Then you'll reach down to pet her and she'll run away.
She's learned the distance, so she'll
She's
stand like
learning the
right
distance.
where Kyle's shoes are.
Yeah.
So if you reach down, you
She's
just
like,
can't reach
no.
her,
Uh-huh.
and so she'll watch you. And then if you take a step, then she just takes off.
She's very smart. She's
Like
also a very
football.
big bitch.
A very big bitch.
Meanwhile, you have Winter, who's like some stranger could walk in the house, scoop her up, and she's just like.
She's like, okay.
It's my turn.
Oh, you thought.
You got him.
I guess I'll just have to metabolize my pee more.
Fucking white slut.
Did you just fart?
No, I'm metabolizing my pee more.
Yeah.
You know, just hear me.
That's what
What are you doing? He did say he did
Tell
that.
the fucking white
I
slut
mean, I
to
know
come
what
here.
he said.
Oh, look at that white slip.
Might be funny to have our talk after
Yeah.
we do it.
Little paws, why are they so small?
Of like some weird heart to heart.
Uh-huh.
Get bigger paws, bitch.
Look how we covered him. Oh, he's so precious.
Good. He's so nice with your tiny fucking paws.
He's a little tiny big man. He's very tiny big man.
You got that fucking.
Oh, I miss Tiny Baby Man.
Fucking moron.
Not a thought behind
It's
it.
so funny because he'll like lay on top of me and be so cute because we in the same Andrew was and he's blind.
Yeah.
Zero will never like
Like, fuck that.
That's not you. It's him.
Just like
That's not true. He loves
it's
me.
badass.
It's you, Andrew.
He hates you.
Let's look down there, but that's not where he's right now.
He hates
And he's probably fucking trying to lumber around somewhere.
Lumber.
Marin's out there trying to digest.
Same.
Maybe we could stop digesting.
Baron.
Man, it's great having
Zuba.
a martial character,
Zoobies.
so I just never have anything I have to reset on any rest.
Nice.
Just like, yeah, I didn't do anything today other than shoot an arrow at somebody.
Fine, fuck you. Fucking whore.
Because he's scared of Andrew.
No, I fully think the reason that Zura scratches in the morning is because he wants you not in bed with me, so he can be in bed with me.
Well,
He's like, get the fuck up, man.
Thanks, dude. Horse shit. Okay. Everyone good?
Maybe.
Sure.
I'll think about it.
We got
Are
it,
we cherry cola?
Okay, you gotta fucking stop.
Well, if it upsets Fulton, I really want to do
Okay.
it.
No, 'cause it just doesn't make sense.
So
Have you ever had a bad cherry cola?
Yes!
Wow,
That's a
that
lie.
felt really bad for you.
You
Oh,
should.
yeah.
My life sucks.
are we switching pairings for the evening?
As I said, sounds like Beckett wants to go with Melody, which means Ember loses her partner. So Ember, which partner would you like to be with this evening?
I don't care.
You have Amba, you have, what's his name? Ahmad, and you have Chizamar.
Ahmad.
Pick your
Ahmad.
favorite.
Everyone
No
else is
pressure.
gonna cry.
Also, don't feel pressured whoever you pick
You
to
don't
talk
actually
to.
have to have a conversation, yeah.
I'll chill with Amba.
Hey, you got Amba.
I just want to give you agency in case something popped up into your brain. You're like, oh, I didn't think about this. I kind of do want
And once again, these guys are paired together.
That's fine. We got a routine
Making
over
headway.
here.
Gay.
We know what each other is thinking now for the movements of setting up the patrol. Bod now knows how I like my coffee.
Okay, going to the evening, we have
Black.
Beckett and Melody.
Hell yeah.
Show me what you got.
I'm gonna give you advantage because you have better perception.
Oh,
than me,
yeah.
right?
I have a.
We have +1.
Oh yeah, mine's plus 8. 26.
26.
Math is hard for me. I'm sorry.
Okay, cool. Go ahead and continue if you had anything you want
Okay.
to say. Let you know. What happened.
I fully burned my clothes, my other clothes. Like I have like new clothes. I burned them with the body.
I was gonna say you just threw him on top.
Yeah,
Great.
I am more risking it.
I got a shirt you can burn.
So sorry I kind of sprung that on you. I'm someone who prefers action, and when someone has that sickness, like a matter of seconds can be the difference between like survival and getting sick from it.
I mean, I didn't take it personally. I don't think you tried to do that, and I do like to hurt me or anything. And I know I overreacted a little bit, but you have to understand that that's really, really terrifying.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like, especially to turn and then immediately see the ramifications of what happens if you have that, and me being like, "Ooh, I think I just barely survived it," when he like coughed in my face.
Especially
Then to have his blood like touching my mouth, it was on top of somebody's head exploding right in front of me. Like that was really crazy.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
And I didn't even know that shooting them was an option. I thought we were gonna talk tonight. So
Yeah, it's one of those parasites that by the time it gets to that point, in a couple minutes he could have been run into the shade and turned into the crystal structure.
Gotcha. And yeah, I mean, I hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
To me, that would really
Just be aware that if you find someone out on the road out here, keep your distance. If you do want to talk to them, obviously I know you care a lot about people.
Well, that would have been good precursor information to know before we walked in. I like that you were walking in with us, and then all of a sudden you were just gone.
Yeah, I mean, I think my services are better rendered whenever I'm hidden.
I just want you to remember that you're not alone anymore,
Yeah.
and it's okay to share stuff. Before we're in dire emergency.
That's fair. I don't know. I spent far too long thinking I could trust people and then not, so
Like,
I like to just play it off like everything's fun and happy, and we're in a place that sucks.
yeah, it's really fucking suck here.
But it's great here. well, not here right now, but in Malandar I have a lot of good memories of hanging out with Ozumi, and
Yeah, what's his deal? He's really weird.
you know,
Like, not in a bad way, but
he's always been a little more businessy, a little more serious. This new thing he's got going on concerns me,
yeah.
but
Yeah, something feels off, I guess, and I know he means a lot to you, and so that worries me.
I assume that what you're gathering from that is something that he's struggling with, that he's talked to me about. I don't think it's my place to talk about.
No, definitely not.
I
I
wouldn't
am,
be
right.
concerned about him doing anything to us.
Well, that's not necessarily what I was worried about. I just, you said it's hard for you to trust people, and
Yeah.
We got a lot of potentially sketchy shit going on, and so I just don't want them to hurt you or hurt your feelings.
That's fair. I don't think he would do anything to me or against me, but I appreciate the concern.
Okay, well that's good. I mean, we can just scruff him if he does that, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, he's not a cat. You do understand that, right?
I know that one was purely just a joke. That one was purely just a joke. Yeah. I don't know. It's hard for me to really fully trust people either. But I'm trying, and it helps having Merrick back and having him not be such a dickbag anymore.
Yeah. I think that's definitely nice for you to have the person you cared so much about back. It's kind of hard to accept that he's fully just fine now.
Yeah, well, I've been working on a spell to kind of see through the bullshit, so to speak, because we've got so many sketchy changelings running around. And he looked fine through that lens.
Alright.
That doesn't mean he's entirely truthful, certainly, but at least he's not nameless.
Yeah, I mean, that's... From what you've told me, that seems to always be something that should be in the back of our minds. But, yeah. I mean, whenever he's had his episodes, it seemed like it's not the big bad man.
No, I think it's more...
I don't know who it is, but...
I think it's more this other person we've been chasing, so to speak. And I can't fully speak to his intentions, but I don't think he's evil. He's just sort of on his own mission, I guess. And I imagine when we get home, we will have an opportunity for a confrontation.
Fair enough. I think you see him visibly kind of giggle about when you say when we get home.
I mean, you are coming with us, right?
I'll go with you, well, as long as you need me, but I'm not sure if I would really count either place home.
Not yet.
Maybe.
Home is where your friends are. As someone who didn't have a home for a long time, it doesn't have to be a building or a space.
Yeah, I just mean more just
tallying every time I say I'm homeless.
I grew up here and was kidnapped by my own government and turned into a weapon.
Yeah.
And then basically played turncoat and was turned into a weapon by another government to spy on my home. So, I mean, it doesn't really matter if it's a home or a house or a place. I just need a country that's not going to turn me into something like that. That'd be pretty cool.
My goal, I think, is to get this shit done and then just relax somewhere. We don't have to be. I don't have to be bothered.
I just don't see that happening for us. I mean, if we save whatever this is, whoever side we decide to protect, to save, whatever you want to say, there's no way that they're just going to let us go live off on a countryside farm for the rest of our lives. I think no matter who wins, we're going to be a valuable asset to them, no matter what.
Well, everybody retires eventually.
Yeah.
I don't know. We can cross that bridge when we get there. I'm kind of hoping that Fuzzy will be really, really grateful for the fact that we saved him, and then we can just have him bully them into leaving us alone.
Yeah, or, you know,
At the
he
very
can...
least, he's a very, very gross guard dog.
Or, you know, he can be like the war criminal that he is and kill me and Omba for
I'm
being
gonna,
part of the Malik Assembly.
I'm gonna certainly hope that that's not the case. I would, from everything I know about him, I mean, he was willing to protect another friend of mine that wasn't a part of the Legion. So especially, it wasn't your fault at the very least.
I think there's a difference between not being part of the Legion and, you know, for Merrick, he is directly the cause of people dying. I don't know how much Fuzzy or Fauna, whatever you call them, is going to be able to forgive or convince people that he's fine.
I'll worry about that when the time comes, but I'm not gonna, as whatever's in my power at least, I'm not gonna let anybody play with you guys.
Well, I
I've
appreciate that.
lost enough. I'm a little fond of both of you.
Well, thanks.
Alright. Is that wrapping up
Yeah.
Yeah.
conversation for the evening? Moving onward, from your perception check for the evening, you don't see anything too interesting, thankfully. Moving onwards, anyone, you two, or you want Amba and Ember?
Because I think it was you and Amba, right?
Amber?
Yeah.
Amber.
Do you want to guys go before us, or do you want to go last?
Let's toss Amber in the middle. We got a rhythm over here.
Okay.
I like my rhythm.
So rolling perception check here. What is your big stuff?
So I get a +5. What does Amba get?
+8.
Okay, go ahead.
You want me to do it with advantage?
Yes.
Okay, helping me out with perception as we throughout the evening here.
Stoking the fire, looking around.
Sticking your hand in it.
Good. Yeah, 27.
I'm not
Damn.
Roll
like
a 18
resistant
and
to
19.
fire.
Fucking cock.
Where?
Nice.
Ember won't know what to do with it.
Just like,
What's that?
Okay.
That's 7 inches.
As the fire stoked and this shady figure sits down next to you, this
Basically 12 inches.
ornate, different style gray coat than the ones you'd seen before, something with more prowess to it. This kind of shoddy cape behind it, and this suit that's built in this helmet sits down. He turns it off and the middle shift is always the worst.
Why?
What do you mean why? We don't get a full night's sleep. We have to wake up halfway through.
Yeah. But just think, when we're done, we get to go back to sleep, though.
Yay.
Yay.
I have to channel my inner Ren. I'm sure it'll work out though. How are you tonight, friend? How is the... I know tonight, or the events of today was a little shocking.
Yeah, but I mean, at least I didn't end up covered up in blood, right? Ooh. Bless you.
Heaven forbid anything happens. This parasite thankfully can be treated as long as it is noticed quickly, and we have noticed quickly, so the best we can do is keep our eye out.
Yeah. That's like everything we have to look out for here is just crazier than it is back home.
These lands are the folly of our past. war that Sojin wasn't even involved in. Our ancestors didn't give us much to work with. And we're dealing with it how we can. We have to throw the bodies into holes. We have to
Set them on
avoid a
fire.
couple coughs. We have to, I don't know, take prisoners of war to feed a village. And part of me feels really bad for those folk, you know? They've never seen Alginasha so hopeful.
Yeah.
If they only knew what that hope was brought from.
And then we have to end it. Which, I mean,
Don't get me wrong, we survived however many decades that town has been around, but you give somebody the taste of, I don't know, the better life, and you can't expect them to just sit back while it's taken away.
yeah.
I guess that's kind of what this coat represents for me. I was given something better for a few.
Do you miss it?
Of course not. I miss what I stood for, of course. For a few it is enviable, but at the end of the day I'm on the right team. I am forever dealing with the ramifications of my actions. And as long as I keep to that, I feel like I will not fall back into the thralls and the dregs of whatever convoluted mess this is. What got you involved? You seem a lot more down to earth than a lot of our friends here.
I don't know about that.
Well, I'd love to know. Call me an orator of sorts, but I'm also quite the listener.
Well, I mean, I grew up in a quiet home, and my parents worked for the military, and I wanted to do that as well.
I see.
And when it came time to do it, I decided to just go a different way at the last minute.
Do you think, at least from where you've brought yourself and your home, changing paths, do you think being with the Legion has made you a better person? Has this power we've been granted, the thing of gods, this ability, has it given you what you've been looking for?
No. I
What's
mean, I have like my friends who are like becoming like a family.
Of course. So the family is
But-
what you were looking for, after all.
In a way, I also feel like I'm still searching for whatever I'm looking for. You know, I don't know. Like I don't know what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing.
And it's that kind of open-ended whimsy that forces us to make decisions we're not proud of.
Yeah. But in the end, that's like you said, like those are our actions.
Do you resent me for Freya? Sorry, Melody.
No.
I'm not.
Why would I resent you?
I abandoned her. I almost shot her in the head.
Yeah, but
I resent me, why don't you?
you also did it to protect her, didn't you?
I mean, I do now. But at the time, of course, that wasn't what I was thinking. I don't know. At the end of the day, I'm still deciding which one is the real me. Is that bad?
No, like they say, like there's two wolves inside you.
Well, this wolf is very, very sleepy. Either way, we seem to have fallen into a stroke of luck. We have met a great guide. We have, for the most part, a great lack of Yusora with us. So hopefully those sculptures will be on our midst in the future.
Yeah,
But if they are, mine will be the prettiest, I assure you.
Why do you think so?
Oh, I know so. I have very interesting blood. Not that I know, it's just, some things are just hereditary.
What's that supposed to mean?
I don't know. I like to figure my death would be grandiose, okay?
Okay.
Call me some sort of big thinker, but when I die, I want it to be a show. I want I don't know, to blow out with a bang. A spectacle there. After all, your final moments should be your greatest.
You want
That's
it to
how I
be
want to be
memorable?
remembered. You know?
I'd like to be remembered for how I live, not for how I die.
And how have you lived? Has it... I suppose you said it. You're not quite there yet, are you?
I think I've done my best so far. I mean, I've had to kill people. We've all had to kill people, but I've also saved people.
Then I believe if the rule that you've followed so far has brought you here and you're satisfied with it, then keep following it. I mean, has it steered you wrong so far?
I don't think so.
Just keep notes on when it does. If it does. With that, and with your roll of 27, another uneventful couple hours pass by, thankfully. You guys keep very good vigilance about. Moving onwards from there.
Oh, sorry. I guess I wanted to just check constantly to make sure that like nothing was changing with her in terms of like the parasite.
Oh, okay, so you're keeping... Okay, do a medicine check as you're doing this throughout the night.
I think it's gonna be fucking exhausted in the morning.
Natural one.
She's got a parasite coming out of her mind.
It's dark and she talks a lot. It's hard to keep focus on both.
That's fair.
It's dark, and you trip over a rock and you die. Yeah.
You know, so you're just like, man, you can't focus over all that red in your veins. You're just like, man, can't focus on Freya right now. And you explode into a Christmas tree. Moving onwards, Chisholmar and Maud back up in action to follow up the tail end of the night. Is that a roll you want to do?
Bang, bang, bang. That's a natural 20 for a 25
Oh,
for
yeah.
perception.
Holy shit. Okay, cool.
Kind of settle in with our copulate mod.
With
Did
your
you ever realize how often Melody points out she was fucking homeless?
I don't know that.
It's my entire personality.
Man, you don't know Melody. You've only been around her for like what, 4 or 5 days at this point. Like
5 days, that's the engine gauntlet.
like you like
I'm not.
Yeah,
like,
I
I've
know.
been with Melody for the past month. We've been together through thick and thin. I gotta tell you, she doesn't talk about anything but how homeless she is.
Yes! 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 Can Kyle get fucking inspiration for that?
Oh my god.
I'll decide what happened.
Oh my god, that was amazing.
You just fucking threw
Ugh.
into the wind.
Damn.
Oh my god.
Y'all were besties, but shots fired.
Oh god.
Kayla, I'm so sorry. Please don't stop talking about how homeless Melody is.
I'm just glad you guys have shaken.
Surviving on nothing but corn dogs and grit from the dirt.
I mean, do you see my? You get my point, though. We all got tragic shit in our lives. Obviously, we come in this lifestyle. It certain strikes a certain type of personality type, and seems like almost like God themselves decide that to do this lot in life, you must be twisted and tragic and have something terrible happen to you, and very, you know.
Yeah, kind of weird how that works out.
It's
huh?
kind of weird how it just seems like anyone who's in this line of work just has to have a very twisted backstory.
It's almost like if
It's like it's preordained.
it's almost like if somebody were to just come across us at random, we have to have like a pre-prepared backstory, like just ready to go, so that we don't have just like something boring to spout off. But it also kind of informs about each of our.
It does. It sets us up with interesting personality traits and character quirks.
Well, but also, I think it says a lot about each of us, the way that we kind of do or don't divulge.
I do like to have my personality traits, ideals, bonds, and flaws all in one.
I'm really enjoying this moment of Chismar and Maud knocking on the fourth wall a little bit.
Right.
Fourth wall knocks back, be careful.
Look, all of us have our different personalities, and I think that how our personal histories do or don't come out, however prominently, that has a lot to do with just how we each are as people.
You're right. It does give us all our own nice little flavor.
With Melody, I think that it's not even, she just embraces who she is, whereas I, you know,
Spicy and sassy?
well, yeah.
Fair enough.
But I think she's also just not ashamed of where she comes from. She's not afraid to.
Which is everywhere and nowhere at the same time.
It is nowhere.
Go
Have
back
you
to
ever-
bed, Ember!
No, I think she was
Oh,
just
am I
talking
talking
in
in my
her.
sleep?
I think she was just talking in her sleep. Just ignore that. By the way, if you heard me call you a derogatory name last night, that was also in my sleep. I don't, no, I would not call you any nicknames
Sure.
per your request.
Marbar.
That song around here honors it.
Zoomy.
I'm gonna fucking put a sword through his throat before this fucking trip is over.
And he's your bestie, right?
I know, what does that tell you about everybody else?
Oh shit.
Tells me that I better not push my fucking luck.
Damn fucking straight. Out of those bits, I have nothing actually important instead of just making bits for the entire evening.
Amazing. With another 18
Instead of
subtracted
bits.
from each.
Cool.
Yeah.
And I will go ahead and say,
I think I
at
already
least
have
just
it,
because it has been 3 days and you have to do
Yes,
some sort of sustenance, go ahead and subtract another one of each for your virtues.
I don't want to. I will. Just one of each?
Yeah, they don't need
Okay.
much.
Okay.
They're
So
very
245 food and 227 water.
Okay. Awakening on the fourth. Awakening on the 4th day here. You
Give it up for
begin
day 4.
noticing that the crags begin to bending down a little bit more. You feel like you're almost out of this shattered landscape and onto the next leg of your journey. Just a little bit more before you get to that point. Alright.
I hate the crags. They suck. Fuck you.
She's like, I also hate the crabs.
Okay.
She thought I said a different word than ends in eggs.
Oh.
I'm sorry, that was really bad.
What?
Damn.
I'm sorry.
You want to go ahead and do your survival one more time?
I will. I deserve a nat 1 here.
What's the joke?
Oh no, it's a 24. Day through another die.
Oh, damn.
24. I was referencing a slur that ends in ags.
Ag.
And
Oh.
I didn't feel good about it,
I was
but
like, hat?
that was one of those times where I
Yes,
made a joke
that's
because it
it.
came into the front of my brain and I probably shouldn't have, so I do
Hags.
apologize.
No.
Zags. Like sometimes you zig and sometimes you
Oh,
zag.
I got
Yeah.
you.
You know?
You know, the zigzag wars.
Zigzags like what you sell. They sell at Quick Trip.
Yeah.
Yes, that.
Oh,
Okay.
The
It's
rolling
true.
papers.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's true.
Good old zigzags.
Mm-hmm.
It's new to me.
No, you.
Prefer
I remember-
with zigzags before campaigns.
I remember it was a big deal when Quick Shop started selling zigzags. Just for the longest time we didn't.
I know, 'cause
You got rolling
those
papers?
freaking
No.
high-ass customers like, you got Zuzu?
No.
You got any rolling papers? No, we don't have rolling papers.
So
Okay,
sweet,
we'll get
darling,
Swisher
sweet.
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 So sweet,
With
diamond
black
flavor.
malt.
Diamonds.
God.
Swisher Sweet, Black Miles. It's like, yeah, you're not.
Say
Not
Swisher
sneaky.
Sweet
Like, I don't
grape.
give a fuck.
You're not
Swisher
fooling
Sweet
anyone,
grapes
though.
work pretty well.
Okay,
They know they're not fooling anyone either because they don't try to hide it.
alright, Fulton, you want to roll into survival for me? What'd you say you got?
I got a 24.
Oh, that's right, okay.
Yeah.
On your final leg through the craglands here, you managed to keep once again a very strong foothold on the party and your track going forward here.
Just not letting you fuckers wander off.
Nonetheless, it all depends on moving forward. Go ahead and roll just another flat d20 and tell me what you get.
But I don't want to.
Do it.
10.
10, huh?
Dead even.
Okay. Okay.
Cold.
I just twitch.
I didn't know you were a streamer.
Ah.
That's, I don't know if that deserves a high five.
It does. It made me chuckle, therefore it deserves the
Sure.
It brought me a little bit of joy. As there's just a donkey back there.
Okay.
Yes.
So as you guys travel along here, something a little unprecedented happens. This massive break off in the road occurs. You guys suddenly come to an area where it drops off about, I don't know, maybe half a mile down. Just this bulging crater where you can only notice some sort of entity that digs through rubble kind of ran through this pathway here, just crushed the way that normally would go seamlessly through here. And you have about about 500 feet in front of you here until your path continues with your caravans here at the edge of this. Interesting. Don't suppose anyone here has a way to get a caravan across this.
I have
Get
a way
entire
we can
caravan?
not
No.
fall.
Get myself? Yes.
Alright.
What did you say it was again? I'm sorry.
There's just a point in the trap here where it almost seems like either a creature that digs through dirt kind of just pulled its way through here, or the earth itself kind of split itself over. There's
Okay.
just this fissure that goes down about half a mile
Damn.
down.
How wide is it?
Huh?
How wide is it?
About 500 feet across.
Woo!
Yeah.
That's pretty big. It's just a canyon.
Can I look to either side and see if there's like a path,
Okay.
like how far across it goes?
And it's very similar to how it always has been. There's these the rupturing of the mountains just kind of start getting to pull straight upwards here. You
Okay.
see just these teeth-like rocks that become these large mountainscapes above you from each side here. In theory, there could be a way to run down into the slope and then somehow pull yourself up, but it seems kind of sketchy.
Right.
Until Amba speaks up. There could be a way I could help you with this. But you would need to look after your fuzzy friends for a few. Would you be down?
He's already.
You gonna set one of them there teleporty thingamahoozy? What's this on the other side?
No. I have something even better.
Pop out the idiot. We'll make sure he doesn't die.
Forgetting who you're working with here.
That's true.
I hold out my rapier.
This malleable signal appears in front, and then she shuts it. And then there's a dead gnome laying on the ground.
No, looks just like we left him.
Just like you left him, yeah.
Oh.
With the blouse on.
Yeah.
Go.
Okay.
He's been dead.
I was like,
He's wearing
he's
a blouse.
Should we
We put the blouse on.
When was the last time we fed and watered
Do
him, by
we
the
need
way?
to eat?
Oh,
Do we
probably
need to
like
feed it?
5 days ago.
No, I don't think it matters.
Well, it kind of puts him in a stasis, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know how that
Oh,
fucking thing
okay.
works, so.
I
I'd rather not waste
I
food
have no
and
idea
water.
what kind of magical item this is. This is ridiculous.
Does
If you
anybody-
guys trust it, I do.
Does anybody have any notes on whether it keeps him like in a stasis?
Well, meta-wise, didn't TW say that he like put it on and woke up like 2
Oh.
weeks later?
Yeah, so he didn't wake up. Someone had to rescue him.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah.
Someone wellness checked him.
He's
Fucking
fine.
Lazarus
This
forever.
Leslie was like, you know, I haven't
Good
heard
job.
from this freak in a while.
He's like, I'll just click
Check
this
on
button.
him.
Oh fuck, my window. That's crazy. Could've been me.
I need to eat TW.
I'm so sad that no one's giving me the button back.
You guys have the button?
I know, but no one's giving it to me. I want it.
Oh, I want it.
I
Well,
want.
who has it?
I want the paunch.
I'm sure Melody has
Sure.
a button.
Well, I'm thinking it'd be Ember with the paunch. I think it'd be you with the paunch.
Maybe.
Okay.
It's
I
just
don't
know
floating
what's in
around.
there.
You ever want to fuck around with
Man.
it?
Just hanging around.
Alright.
I feel like it's been far underutilized ever since Hostel left.
That's fair. We'll do that next like evening. Ember will be like, okay, let's do an inventory check.
Sure.
Dump out 50 more cell phones.
Come on.
She still got them in there. floating.
Should we like take off the shirt to see if like he's alive?
Why wouldn't he be alive? I'm scared he's gonna freak the fuck out,
Right. No, I don't think that it's a good idea to try to take it off of him.
especially here.
All right.
Yeah. Maybe at
I
camp, but
understand.
He's
not.
like, but what if we press this button?
But what if we just kill him right now?
Maybe
Well,
there's something interesting
it
on one of those
saves me
50
a
phones.
As you guys have this discussion with this, just this stinky dwarf that's on the, or the stinky gnome that's on the ground, just filling the air with rancid, like,
Does
noxious
anybody have
fumes.
prestidigitation?
Anyone got a fucking bucket of water?
Doesn't work. Neither does fire.
Yeah, fire does not work.
Makes it worse.
Well, actually, that's the heat exacerbates bad smells. It actually is a
Yeah.
scientific fact that when you heat those certain molecules, it actually intensifies.
Where did you
when they-
learn that, Chisholm?
I learned some shit out here in the wilderness sometimes.
You
I'm
learned
not an
science
idiot.
from the wilderness?
I'm not an idiot.
I wasn't saying you were an
It
idiot.
sounds like you were implying.
No, he didn't
You were
say.
saying shit about like atoms
Street
and stuff.
smarts.
Like that was crazy.
We're having a discussion while
I
fucking
mean, you
all
know,
his asses
I
through all
wouldn't
this
know
shit.
anything about that because I never
I'm
went
not-
to school.
I'm not
'cause
listening to
school
any of your
was-
conversations.
Oh really?
'cause
You
I'm
were
just
fucking
watching.
homeless. I had no fucking clue.
I'm just
Oh
watching
shit,
all
he's
this
fucking
shit.
moving over there, isn't he?
Yeah, he's doing something.
Well, if he gets his fucking across.
You're fucking homeless. I had no idea.
No fucking clue.
No, he's crying.
And as this happens, the blackness of this helmet becomes static filled, as though the voice has invaded the headscape inside. There you are. Ah, I knew this place had something to work with. And you see the man take a step off the fissure
Yep.
and continue walking as though he was standing on a bridge.
Holy shit, it's like what happened with friggin'
Glorious.
Yeah.
Glorious.
Has he done this before?
Well,
No,
Not
I
And
him.
it's like, what do you mean? Don't you see the bridge?
No.
Derek, you know full
Oh, you're
well we don't
funny.
see the damn bridge.
No,
You're
well,
funny.
we're going to make this very simple. Stay in my line of sight. As long as you do, I should be able to maintain this. It's going to be a little frightening. But
I do
please,
frightening.
allow you to proceed forward. I'm going to stand behind you.
I reach out and put my foot over and just slowly push it down.
And as Amba looks down at where you are, you see, like it streams just in a small beat from where there's a pile of static underneath his feet, like a line just traces straight to you and fills underneath where your foot is.
Cool.
As though you're standing on a solid surface.
Okay.
alright.
Power of the voice.
Alright.
Alright, now, careful. Don't leave my line of sight. He moves back off the bridge.
Oh.
Go
hold
forward slowly. I
so weird.
have never actually tested it like this before.
Oh,
Oh,
great.
good to know.
Well,
Yep, let's go.
no time like the
on.
present.
Hold on. Hold on. I want to do something before everybody goes. Hold on. Hold
Can
on.
I save the game real fast?
Buffering. Buffering.
Now,
It's funny that you say that.
I'll turn to Chismar as this is happening, and I'll say, okay, Chismar, I don't have really any time to explain like,
That's
what
what I
actually is
know.
happening here. But
Just quick
do,
save right
do you
here.
think that the Burges are going to like
No,
be
you
able
do
to
have a safe
process what's
I'm
happening
gonna
for us?
cast Feather
Well,
Fall
they're
on
not
everybody.
the smartest of animals in the world, so I think I might be able to convince them just to get going.
I'm gonna cast Feather Fall on everybody.
Featherfall. Gotcha.
Yep.
Easily enough, everyone's casting
I
this
want to
along,
grab
so
the
if
back
something,
of Beckett's shirt and just like hold on.
so if
I
some
wanna
sort of
hold your
disaster
hand,
happens, you'll be able to make it through this.
I
year.
just
Alright.
I hold
He-
Mod's hand.
he's already standing on it. So
Mod's like, why are you so sweaty?
I'm nervous.
Let's get the carts and get going.
Chiz, you wanna hold hands?
I'm driving a cart.
Yeah.
That doesn't answer my question, but okay.
Mod is driving the other one. However, if you want to sit up in the car with Mod and
I
hold
want
his
to
hand,
sit
that's
with
fine.
Mod.
I
Yeah.
say a little loud. I say just loud enough for everyone's here. Zoomy doesn't like the nicknames. Don't call him Chiz. He
I'm
fucking
gonna
hates it.
Fucking stab you in your sleep.
And as you see, guys, continue this argument here, you just see a quick. Let's get the move on.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Oh,
Yeah.
All right, and you guys continue, and you see as this happens, all of this billows out from below Amba's feet, and it kind of strains and becomes this static wall underneath the caravan, as thin as the wheels are, as if it's only generating enough to cover that space.
Damn.
You guys begin walking off the edge of the fissure and moving forward here. And as this happens, I'm gonna make sure to keep you guys in his direct line of sight. Everyone is being witnessed from wherever his angle is, and continues along with it as well. You guys travel 100 feet go by. The canyon here begins to feel a little too quiet. 200 feet pass here.
close my eyes. I cannot do this.
No, dude, don't close your eyes. It's a bad idea.
Why?
What if you stray too far to the left or right?
I'm not driving. You are.
Oh, that's true.
A rumbling begins down the trench here.
Uh-oh.
Someone make a perception check for me.
I mean,
Deception?
Shut up.
Perception.
Shut up.
Whoa! I'm lying to you.
Who's gonna hire her?
we tricked the canyon
I
into
rolled
not
a
being a
6.
canyon anymore. Oh, nat 20.
Not 20.
It's for a 21.
23.
Oh, is
That's
everybody
pretty
done?
Well, you don't have to if you don't want to.
Nah, Ember's got her eyes closed. She's
Okay.
Was it perception?
Yeah.
27.
by the
Jeez,
There we
Jesus Christ!
Oh,
What did
plus
you get?
8.
5.
Okay.
Unless it's deception, then I
As
got a
you're
6.
So
mostly
us three.
as the figure of caution of the group, most of your energy is going to making sure Alma doesn't fuck this up.
Yeah.
As he is generating this invisible bridge through whatever program he put into his arm. You guys, however, feel a rumbling
No.
coming from off to the right, which is kind of against the grain of which you are, and just in the deep distance you see. Well, you two make a nature check for me.
Who?
Not
Me
good at those.
and Chisholm both?
Yes.
That is a 5.
5.
10.
10. Okay, I'll give it to Chiz. You've never seen a monster like this, but you do recognize the bulette.
Fuck!
Oh.
That is
Oh.
slithering its way back down the fissure here.
What is it?
Slowly,
Fucking
but
bullet.
ever surely.
It's
Always
all
bullet.
Just gonna kind of yell back to. I'm just gonna kind of yell,
like it.
kind of holler back, like not. I don't want to yell like
Hell yeah.
just let her hear. I'm just gonna go. Well, I found what made part of the hole.
Yeah?
Boulette, not good.
What's a boulette?
Bullets have tremor sense. They can sense just anything with vibration, so
It's like a big mole.
you would know that.
Yep.
Big metally piece of shit.
And they're hard to kill.
They're very annoying.
And you
and
can
they,
see it. It's this large, almost
Not if
kind
you
of
just
like
drop it in acid.
pill bug-esque beast that's just kind of crawling its way back along the ways here.
Is
It's
it like coming towards us?
it's coming this direction here.
Okay.
We have 2 options. We just stay still, create little tremor as possible, or we hightail it out of here.
Do you have enough concentration to?
I am not. I don't even want to look in the direction you're talking about. I don't
I
know
say we
what's
fucking
happening.
move.
hightail it. I'd rather fight this thing on solid ground than
Yeah.
risk you losing something up here.
Okay, we need to move right now.
Okay,
Right
let's
now.
go.
Right now.
Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the group begins to book it here.
Yep.
Okay. For this, let's go ahead and just have the group do. Is there? Do you have a good gauge for an escape check? Something
Athletics,
like this?
maybe.
So
I'm always trying to think of something like this.
So in this type of a case, I usually for what I do in this case, because of driving and a lot of maneuvering, I lean towards more dexterity-based things. So you're basically kind of trying to
Oh yeah.
nimbly, you're basically adjusting what's happening. So I think something like an acrobatics from just a flat
I figured a
dexterity.
dexterity would be better. Yeah.
And then it comes down to and this would be a case of if you have proficiency in the
Okay.
vehicle you're driving, I'll let you have a proficiency
Okay.
bonus. And then just set whatever DC you want to set.
So let's go ahead and an acrobatics from the 2 drivers.
Cool.
Alright, Mom, we got this.
If only I were
Gotta double
driving.
check my fucking acrobatics is.
I have a +9 and it's a reliable talent, so it'd be a 19 minimum.
Well,
Okay.
shoulda, coulda, woulda.
Are you
back
proficient
in.
with vehicles? Hostile.
Acrobatics is -1. Excellent.
So for me, that would be. I have to add an extra math for my
Proficient
vehicle
with
stuff.
being a boot.
16.
16.
Would
Okay.
I be able to offer?
That's a 12 for mod.
A 12.
would I be able
okay.
to offer a help action?
I
mod.
let you. How are you helping?
Basically, pointing out,
That invisible area. That invisible area.
or just keeping
A
an
little
eye,
to the left.
more keeping an eye on Chisholmar, and trying to help direct Maud, to the left a bit, to the right a bit.
Trying to
And this is
follow
all
my
hard at
quick
the same
movements.
time because you're dealing with a set of Brigittes each that have no idea what the fuck they're walking on right
I
now.
need those
Right.
fuckers
At the same time, I want you to again roll an animal handling check for me. It's not a crazy DC, but it could determine if one of you stops here.
Do I get anything special since I've worked with these Brigittes a lot before?
These are
And
your
they're my
pets. I'll give you
friends.
advantage.
Okay, because that's a 3 for mod.
Ooh,
Well, and
okay.
Chismar
16 for
actually
me.
told me that they really, really like music. As I'm playing music to calm them.
That
If you're gonna use that as your help, I'll allow an advantage.
Alright, let's watch
It's
me roll
creative.
lower.
I'll give it to you.
It's a 12.
Okay.
you're
okay.
being a very kind DM tonight, and I appreciate that from you.
I just don't think he wants to
You
see
guys
us
are
all
also-
falling in.
No, I mean I'm down for it, but you if you guys say something that's here to help, I'm gonna give it to you. If you let your partner squirm, then I guess they squirm. But overall, with that, like the creatures seem a little confused. They don't really necessarily understand where they were expecting to walk down. They're walking forward, so they're very trepidatious to move faster. But
It's like, come on, Junior, come on!
Junior,
You can do this!
It's just Chisholm or
Not
Junior,
this.
that's all their names.
Junior Rogier, you can do this! Holler back to him.
The fuck?
Margaret! Martabon! Lead him!
as it goes forward here.
Margaret.
It's like Santa calling out his reindeer.
Well, as this just ever so
Oh,
faint
Junior,
music
Margaret.
plays, just try hard enough to not make it like apparent that there's a shaking in the vibrations of the world right now. Because thankfully you're not moving on ground.
Yeah.
Okay, moving forward here, you get 300 feet out, 400 feet out. At this point, the roulette swims right underneath you.
Oh god.
Right as you get to 500. So since you rushed it and you didn't have a bad acrobatics, you don't have to roll stealth. Okay.
And I will say, as soon as I get both carts onto solid ground, I would basically be like, hard stop.
Okay.
Like, stop for a minute so we can stop moving
Right.
and see if we see what the bullet does.
Okay. Stop moving. So moving on here, just for posterity's sake, go ahead and just try to keep from making Tremors make a stealth check. Everybody here. I'm gonna do a party average here.
Oh, it's an at one.
Oh my god.
Sorry, guys.
What's the skill?
Stealth.
Well, good thing because I got a 32.
Mm-hmm.
Shit!
Will raise your average up.
That's an
That's
8.
it.
It's an 8,
21.
8 for mod.
An 8. Ooh.
So we got 8, 32, 21.
21.
I get a lovely +6 to stealth. I got
Is
a
it
10.
21? Is it 10?
Why do you guys suck?
I just rolled shit. Listen, I rolled good on the other ones.
Does Amba help out?
Amba has a +6 to stealth, and he rolled a 12. Sorry, shit.
Fuck!
It's still good.
So good.
18, yeah.
Still fine, still fine, still fine.
Okay, and that's 6 of us. Okay, let's do an average here.
Averages. Okay, back to that high school math class.
Shit.
I'm so tired.
Better.
No.
Better.
A difficult.
Let's hear it.
Well, the thing is, like, there's how there's difficulties with DCs that a lot of do.
Yep.
So, like, a 5 is an easy DC, 10 is regular. Like, getting over a 15 is tough. 20 is like really hard.
Yeah.
I wasn't being rude. I was gonna have you get over an average of 15.
Mhm.
What was the DC check? You hit 15 exactly.
Oh.
15 exactly.
Shit.
That nat 1 wasn't good.
Neither was that. Are you okay?
I'm good.
Just blood gushing out.
He makes that noise so much on Discord, but you can't hear it. It won't pick it up, so you just want to go.
I'm bleeding out over here. No one takes me seriously.
Nope.
I'm always just like, honey, I can't hear you. We can't hear you.
As he
Okay.
screams into the void.
So clearing over that,
Woo!
as you guys stay there, you hear just the sound of Ember and just hit the heel just a little too hard here, as well as who rolled an 8? Okay, and Maud with his big
We're
clunky
right
armor
next to each
here,
other.
just getting over it together.
No,
Just
I got my plate armor now.
but you do the twist thing where the edges of it just like click to it, and there's just a tinge of like a momentum break in the bullet here as you hear this just low guttural as it continues eating its way through the soil.
Okay. Good.
And there, Amba kind of collapses, crisscross applesauce as the entity is out of the way here and takes a point of exhaustion.
Oh, buddy.
Mom, do you have greater restoration by chance? I've heard that does great things.
Do I
heard
have
it
it
does
quick
greater
currently?
things.
No, I don't think so.
Ah!
I'll just
That
take
was
a
my
nap.
joke.
I'll be
By the way,
fine.
I'm homeless.
Hi, homeless. I'm Dad.
I mean,
I would like to
No.
check on.
I don't have
I'm
great restoration right this
gonna make sure he's all come
Okay.
back
After
from
long
his
rest.
He
static.
twists the third knob on his arm, and the static quickly evades and comes back to the black, opaque face towards it. And he turns it back off, and you see just his face covered in sweat. He's like, "Oh my god, that is a lot."
You did
You
awesome.
got enough juice to put Stinky back in the arm real quick?
Yeah, give me a moment, okay? there's so one of you. There's this.
We would have thrown him on a cart.
We just left.
I know he would have
Hello,
thrown him on a cart.
Oh shit! The bullet's carrying him off.
For what it's worth.
No way that Bula would take him and not
And go.
immediately.
It's like a muckfish,
The
hagfish
nice part is,
reaction.
if he did, I would be willing to dimension door back and back again to get him back. But we would have thrown him on the
I'd
cart.
say in the back of ours, because I'd want to keep an eye on him.
Okay. Clearing that area here.
Stinking piece of shit.
It's not his fault.
Please be
He turns his second knob here and sucks him away.
Thank you.
Take a nap.
I'm just going to sit for a second.
Take a nap.
And he just kind of clocks his head back and turns back to opaque and just takes a bit of a snooze.
Good deal. Alright, back on the road. Let's go.
I want to snooze.
On the road
The
again.
power of the voice in the palm of my hand.
While we're on the road today, I think I pull out a deck of cards and just start doing like.
Now practicing your close-up magic.
Just restless. It's been a while since we've actually. That crossbow shot was good, but I need something to do.
You watermeloning that man's head is good, but this takes the cake.
I mean, it was pretty cool.
I mean, it was sort of horrifying, but like I
Yeah.
imagine it's probably kind of a little satisfying.
It was very
Okay.
satisfying.
So, at the end of the
Same way
evening,
that like the hydraulic press channels.
he begins to ponder, come amongst us here.
Do you get rid of this fucking crag yet?
Surely enough, the edges of where the
Correct.
broken ground have been unearthing themselves begin to cease a bit.
Yeah,
And
fuck you, Craig.
A lot more sand begins to become apparent to us all.
Is it gray?
It is not only gray, it's black.
I think that's probably even worse.
The
Not good.
next area here, past the crag wreath,
It's
The,
obsidian sand.
the wastelands of Bororasa
You're trying to
arrive
say
for you
obsidian.
here.
Yeah, but it's sand.
Bororasa is, for the most part, just the claimed lands of buried cities. It's a complete empty wasteland filled with storms
It's
and
city sand. City. Never mind. Oh.
demented vegetation, and lots of sand. And people who aren't keen on navigating
Let's put an emphasis on
have a
city.
very hard time dealing with Bororasa.
Yeah.
Either way, here, as you reach the borders of this land here, it becomes to the point where nighttime is no longer a big factor, or nighttime has become a factor of it.
Like a volcano.
I hate this shit.
Don't we have a fortress that we have not been using? I just thought about that.
It's true.
Yep.
Why can't we just like throw up the fortress with the carts in it?
You want to keep mocking me with my own fortress. It's fine. I don't like it anyway. Coming to a halt here for the end of the day, Alma kind of stands out amongst this grayscape here. Looks about. I didn't think I'd have to cross this place again. Nevertheless, one step closer to Agnasha. Shit, no, Maladar. Sorry, it's been a long day.
Did we
for
get
me.
fucking turned around?
I hope not. That is.
We have not gotten turned around.
Albeit we have crossed the crag
No, I've
reef.
seen that dung before.
We've crossed the crag reef with surprisingly little resistance, and I thank our friend Shizumar for that. His helpful survival skills has really pulled through for us here.
Fucking professional for
Shout
a
out Zumi! Yeah, let's go!
Swear to God, you are going to find an axe in your goddamn head.
I'd love to see you try, mate.
You know I'd fucking win.
Well, we got the time of the evening. If you want to duke it out, I'm here to ref.
No, you need to sleep.
That is fair. That is fair. As Amba collapses kind of down here, a kind of a thought process billows over here. We gotta use a different type of lighting for this area.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to take a night watch on my own.
As he sits down here, it's like, I'm going to address the elephant in the room. Fauna. We're going to have to figure out where his allegiance stands at some point. It might be best to do it while he's weakened. What do you guys
Sounds good to me.
suggest? We are only getting closer and closer to Monadar. I'd hate for him to be a burden on us when we get there, when we need him the most.
I think we activate the fortress and have him wake open there.
Well, and I mean, if it doesn't go well, we can just put the shirt back on him and.
I mean,
Table
even
it.
as we can state, are we going to be able to put the shirt back on?
He's pretty weak.
I
Because
saw
he-
what
well,
he
he's
could do
been-
in that fucking stadium, and I don't think anything we can do can stop him from
Well,
doing
he's been in stasis for the past 4 or 5 days.
that. Yeah.
Like, has that amount of time actually allowed him to rest and heal? Like,
I don't think it's
so.
resting because
I
it's
think
a
it
stasis.
just pauses.
Yeah.
okay.
Like, you guys know
For
the
sure.
magic better than I do, and if we have delayed his strength recovery, I guess he's better off listening to us than he is. I mean, something is weakening him if you were able to be contained by a bunch of lowly Malik soldiers.
That's fair.
Albeit,
Yeah, I say let's make it happen. Let's see what happens.
well, what is the game plan? You said something about the fortress. Keep him in there,
Yeah,
by chance.
we just activate it. If we're surrounded by shit sand again, it might be a good idea for us to all just stay in the fortress for the night.
Yeah.
Not a bad idea, especially if any storms kick up. Chisholmar, is that a frequenting thing around? I mean, I don't know if you've come this far in a while.
Not in a hot minute. This area can get pretty nasty.
And as you say this, you feel yourself break out in a cold sweat. And you just feel this gravel just dig in the back of your mind. I can feel your footsteps.
Can we see him get sweaty?
Under his fur.
He just starts
You
panting.
can make a perception check. if you
Yeah,
want to.
he just
On
starts
his-
panting.
We see him get sweaty on his patches.
Patchy sweat.
I'm gonna
18.
You can see just a wave wash over him as though he's suddenly just kind of taken over by heat. It's very minute.
He's going to.
So like a dizzy spell almost.
I'm gonna want it.
Alright, I
Maybe
can
some-
let them out again. Any particular
should
game
we-
plan we have here?
Should we wait until after you've rested?
I'm gonna be honest, this is my biggest nightmare. I can rest for a few hours. I should be relatively fine in battle, it's just I don't know. My ability to make rational decisions is a little dampened.
Go sleep.
I mean,
I'm allowed to do this in the morning if you want to.
I was gonna say if
It's up to you.
what's one more day. I don't disagree with this thought of trying to figure out where this fuzzy fella's alliances lie.
Says the cat.
We could technically take one more day, let Amba here rest up and not be exhausted. Again, we're hedging some bets on nothing too crazy happening the next day, but
Bitch.
we could also use that time to think of a stronger, specific game plan for tomorrow evening. Think of exactly if there's any way you all want to approach sussing out his allegiances or how you want to handle him if he goes awry, rather than it kind of being a.
Well, and didn't when we took
Oh,
him, did
trigger
he still
idea.
have those bracelets?
He has 3 rings around
Uh-huh.
each of his arms.
So I know for certain that dampens his powers.
How do you know that?
Because didn't we see those before?
You saw them on him before, and you saw Hostel was given one by the Celestian.
For me, he was tracking me.
It was siphoning some of your life force too.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, it was.
I think I thought I remembered it like.
It
dampening
was.
the
It was
powers.
every night. It was siphoning stuff, but you managed to get Cloudman to cut it off of you. So
How'd he cut it off so far?
the dagger, the erasing dagger, the one that's caused this whole problem.
You know, so if you guys want to really jump on this tonight, feel free. I'm not going to try and stop you.
By the
But
way, I need to. You agree? I'm a little mentally stimulated. I'm going to.
I mean, realistically, if these three know him, it might be better if, you know, the two people dressed in gray coats make ourselves scarce.
I
Yeah.
agree with that one as well.
And,
I'd hate to cause any irrational decision. I don't know what his power level is.
It's over 9,000, I've heard.
Shut up.
It's gold level.
Some beautiful fucking references tonight.
Do some quick brainstorming. I'm gonna go get some more ice here.
Alright, I'm gonna pee.
More
I'll brainstorm while I pee.
I think
I'll
we
pee
should
while
all
I brainstorm.
actually sleep, and then I can carry this on next time. That sounds great.
I mean, he literally let me like bathe him, so I can probably talk to him.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like you guys would be fine.
Yeah.
If he woke up and saw two gray coats, one of which being one of the.
Oh, does anybody have any cigarettes?
No, I definitely agree.
I mean, I made a joke that I had one, so. And Andrew went along with it, so I probably do.
Yeah, if I had some cigarettes, I'd ask for like 2 or 3. Cause he could probably use a cigarette when we wake him up.
Did I rewrite that our draft is supposed to be at 10:30 tomorrow night?
9:30.
Oh. Why is it an Eastern time for me?
Because ESPN automatically defaults all their timing to Eastern time.
Dumb.
Because they're based out of Bristol, Connecticut.
Dumb. We should burn them to the ground.
That's why we shouldn't use ESPN, but I do not give enough fucks about Rice's league to change anything.
I got asked today if I wanted to be in a fantasy football group. I just laughed.
I don't understand football, so.
Dante, like, I'm only in Rice's group at this point because I don't have the energy to leave it.
How hard is it to leave it?
It's not hard at all. I just don't care to tell Rice, hey, I'm leaving it.
Oh.
Because then he'll be sad. And he'll be like, oh, don't do that. And then he'll ask me why. And the reason why is I think his scoring is dumb and the league is silly.
Just Fulton having strong opinions about stuff.
What? When is that?
I know, right?
I think everything Wes does is silly.
So. Though what I really do appreciate about that league is it's filled with a bunch of people who don't, like, who just don't do fantasy the way most of the people I play with do it, so it leads to the weirdest fucking drafts. Like,
Yeah.
people drafting Patrick Mahomes number 1 overall, funniest fucking thing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Didn't that hand you Justin Jefferson
Yeah,
one
you
year?
gave me Justin Jefferson last year.
Which was the dumbest fucking
It
thing
was-
ever.
On everyone's board as the number 1 pick.
Because he should have been!
And so then I was just like,
I remember you texting me when that happened, you being like, exactly, because you asked me that pin, I was like, whatever, you know, he doesn't pick, just take. And they did that, and I was just like, well, Dante, you get what you want. You don't deserve this, but you have it.
And then it didn't really help me because he got injured halfway through the game.
Yeah.
What have we decided upon anything?
Because Mr. Rice has a dumb fantasy football league.
Yes.
That was all that was decided at
Yeah.
that time.
Okay.
Well, I think we decided that we should talk to him. And our Malik friends should be scarce, just so
don't
we can
disagree.
kind of see. I can suss out how he's feeling and where he stands.
Is something you want to do in the morning or now than never?
I would kind of prefer the morning, just because then if we do have to make a quick exit, then we have daylight, we'll have rested, we'll have all of our full faculties back.
That is not a bad idea at all.
Doing stuff under the cover of nightfall is not always the move.
Alright, back to another
One day
cagey
more.
night of keeping watch. Is that alright with everyone?
Cagey nights of Cajun. Cages be Cajun.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Alright. Any specific preparing? You're just doing the normal thing.
Look, I feel like I've been going around to everyone, but I would love to hang out with Zumi.
Chismar, yeah.
Kick you in the dick.
Okay. Anyone want Amba or is it?
I'll
I
chill
haven't
with
hung out with
Amba.
Amba yet.
Yeah.
You guys hate each other again. Who wants first watch?
I don't care.
I feel like Amba and I should probably take first watch because that way
He
Yeah.
wants
He could
You get balls
sleep.
dressed.
he can that way he can just go to bed right after and then not be interrupted.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's cool with Amba.
Yeah, for sure. As you guys sit down, you guys begin to stoke the fire that'll make the night up. Finally, back to first watch. Am I right?
I don't think I've had a first watch this whole time. I've always been
It's pretty good
last
breakfast
up.
for me.
And you're about to enjoy it. It is a truly special occasion where we simply stay up a couple of bros and then enjoy the rest of the night. None of this interrupting shit. None of this early bird shit.
Couple of bros, it's
Yeah.
food between us now.
Unless you're into that kind of stuff, then I don't judge you,
Well,
I guess.
I've always been a bit of a night owl anyway, so
Oh, really?
I don't get too tired around this. Well, I don't know. Even if I do get tired, it doesn't matter. Usually, it takes a couple hours before I fall asleep anyway.
You know, I've always had kind of a fascination with owls since you bring it up.
Oh,
It
yeah.
is a silent bird that watches over us. Quiet sanctuary, as you will.
Yeah.
Very few of us have a guardian like that. But I feel like, I lucked out here. And quiet as the night, I can sleep easy.
Yeah. It's okay. Meta-wise, I'm trying to remember. Like, does Merrick / Amba have they like met Sanctuary? Because seemed like a very specific comment.
If he does, you don't know.
Okay, gotcha. Then I'll bring that up. I'll
That's
say.
never been brought up.
Yeah, I'll say. You know, that's kind of a pointed remark you make because we actually had a companion we traveled with before we were traveling with you who had.
The Jameson girl, right?
Yeah. She had an owl companion who was called Sanctuary.
I'm not going to pretend like I know the makings of Project 36OD very hard. It is a project my boss, Brasswood, worked over. Mostly had to do with a defector girl from the Brave Mine. But it mentioned inklings of others similar to her. And one of those just happened to represent an owl. A failed project that they had worked on many, many years past. I figured you'd know something, right? You guys
Well.
have tangled your way into most of our pies here.
Yeah, even if we don't quite understand everything.
Mm-hmm.
Because to me, Sanctuary is, well, I don't know. I'm still trying to wrap my head around her or it or whatever you want to call Sanctuary, but she's,
Well, maybe think less of it and more of her. Who was she to you? Was she a friend? Was she a lover? Was she an enemy? What?
well, she,
Because at the end of the day, whether she's lost or remains, those impressions are what you're going to carry of your friend.
well, she kind of took the, I don't know. I still don't really know what exactly happened, but it's like she took the place of our friend, and we didn't find out until a little later. And then she had unfinished business to take care of, and I assume that has to do with whatever happened before the Greycoats got involved with her, whatever they were doing.
Mm-hmm.
But don't know where she's at now. She's doing her own thing, I guess.
If I can
Trying to
bring
get
you if I can bring you some solace. The lantern, or match, I suppose, told me a lot about Sanctuary while I was trapped inside that space.
Oh yeah.
He trusted her. If anyone can keep you safe, it'll be her. And so if you believe in her, maybe she'll still come through.
I mean,
Don't get me wrong, I've heard a lot of stories about these guys. I'm terrified. And the fact that she's on your side really, really brings me ease.
well, I do have the option to call on her, but for one, I know that she's got her own personal business to settle, and for two, I mean, even if she is friendly, and I don't have any reason to believe that she's not, I guess, she does kind of scare the shit out of me. So,
As they should.
she's no joke.
What all do you know about these defectors?
All that I know is that they, I mean, as far as I know, they defected, and as punishment, they were taken in as experiments, and it wound up in a. They wound up as something that I wouldn't describe as fully human. Some more human than others, from what I've seen.
I hope that is all that it is. The lantern made it seem much greater than what we are. But I don't even know if he's crazy or not anymore. Everything that has been told to me is contradictory. Are they bad? Are they scared? Are they helpful? Or are we just their playthings?
All I really know is that Sanctuary gave me access to go to some other dimension at times when I sleep. And I don't know if I'm actually sleeping and dreaming, or if my mind is actually projecting into a different place, but it feels real. I think that whatever I'm seeing is real, whether I'm actually there or not. But what I've seen is, it feels so much bigger than, I mean, everything around us. And I don't think I could scratch the surface of comprehending it.
Just listening to you talk about it is overwhelming. Maybe I'm just tired from the day. But the allies you've made so far are not inconsequential. I mean, what? You've tag team with the Lantern's partner. I saw you and him tango with Tremlane up in the city.
Yeah.
That Psyok is no joke. People respect him, and if he respects you in return, things get done. Lord knows the things we did to him.
Yeah. It's, I guess when you think about it, the even though we don't have a ton of allies in the grand scheme of things, I mean, it helps to have friends in high places. No pun intended. When it
In
comes
this
to,
case, very, very low places.
yeah.
But that just means you have your bases covered, right? No direction can harm you.
I suppose not. As long as everybody, pulls through when they're needed.
In my case, as long as I can keep my eyes on who's around me. Maybe it is just the Lantern's ramblings, but I find it very hard to believe I'm talking to who I think I am.
You and me both.
Maybe that bastard just got into our heads. You know?
I mean, I still have my reservations about everything. I mean, I'm pretty sure that we're doing the right thing here. I mean, when I look at the grand scheme of things, it sure beats the alternative.
One last thing. Your party brought this up in the Sovereign Stakes. You brought up the idea of working either with Brasswood to fight Nameless, or Nameless to fight Brasswood. Is Is that really an idea that you guys would consider?
I wouldn't team up with either of them personally,
Good.
and my party would have to do a lot of convincing to get me to go one way or the other. One of which is a hard no for me,
Good.
because there's no way that I could ally with Nameless, not after the history that we've had.
You of course know why I ask you this. I hate to push you down that road, but as I stare into the eyes of a changeling, I can't help but remember what your kind did to me.
I understand that there's that history there. I mean,
And don't get me wrong, you've been perfectly contented with us this whole time. I
well,
have no reason not to.
I know that you know that I'm not. You know,
I trust Freya with my life, and if she says that you are not this character, then I believe her. Don't worry about that.
that's why I don't try to abuse the my natural ability.
Which is
as
what
it
I
were.
always thought was fascinating. You have one of the most coveted abilities in the world. If I could hide and change the way I lived, I would take it in a heartbeat. Yet you seem to resent it. Why is that?
Well, you know, when I was a kid growing up, I learned pretty quickly that just because of the way that I looked, at least naturally, you know, it was obvious that I was not native
Yes.
to the West, and so I kind of, you know, what you see before you now is what I've manufactured for people to from my appearance to my voice, and that has become my default state of being to the point where now that might as well just be who I've always been to me. So I kind of like to keep it that way when I can, just because it's what's comfortable to me, and it's what helps people trust me, at least so far in my life.
I respect that, and with that, I trust you. Whether you reciprocate those feelings is nothing I'll beg you for.
Look, if Melody trusts you, then I trust you.
Melody is biased. Don't. Between you and me, we go a ways back. Nothing weird. Nothing. No. She's an annoying sister. Other than that, people like us are the only things we got. So I have no other reason why not.
No, she's. I mean, from what little I knew about you before all of this, like before we actually met you, I mean, all I knew was that she had a really good friend, and
Who was also homeless.
what?
As you
Oh.
say this, he turns his helmet opaque and he kind of leans back against the rock that he's stationed on and says, "Maybe we know that this is over. I can show you to our favorite stand."
The corn dogs, right?
I'm telling you, during the soul camp, they really make them different.
They bussy wussy.
Oh god.
They're gas.
Melody, go the fuck to sleep. This isn't your
Yeah.
shift.
Having a moment with Maud.
Sorry.
But I'll see you there.
Yeah, I hope
Keep-
so.
With that, go ahead and did you have anyone who wanted to? Did you want to roll perception?
I think well, you would have disadvantage actually, right?
He does.
Yeah, no, I will go ahead and roll if I don't think I would get
Well, you
advantage.
give it to me, I'd just be able to roll regular.
Right,
because
but
you
I
gave
don't
me-
think you can actually give me advantage because
Yeah, I can tell.
well, but if he's
No.
exhausted.
It's just a help action. It's
Okay,
not
yeah,
actually rolling
as
it.
long as you can still give yeah, then I'll go ahead and
Okay,
I'll
so just roll with perception with advantage.
yeah.
then. As his drowsy ass is like, look at that shadow.
15.
15. Okay.
So dark.
I know my stupid ass likes the aesthetic. Okay.
Bitch.
That set of hours goes by pretty peacefully.
Dope.
Guys are getting lucky.
Oh,
Rolls
wait,
are
yeah.
evading you guys. Who's next?
assume
you.
Zumi wants to go last, so.
Zumi likes to go last.
Because he gets his zoomies.
Okay, so then it's Ember and Melody.
Make your rolls.
Roll with advantage.
22.
Damn. Shit.
Did you say 22?
Mhm.
Nice. Okay.
2-2.
Are there any combos you guys need, or are you guys just passing on the night? Don't feel obligated. We don't want to do this every single night. We're gonna be here forever.
We just braid each other's hair. And I ask her if it looks like my blood's crystallizing.
Oh yeah.
I don't.
You can make a medicine check if you want to.
I don't think so.
Okay. Either way, the hours go by, you don't see anything either.
Okay.
At least you're confident you don't.
To 17 for medicine.
Medicine, she looks pretty normal. If anything, it's a little worn, torn from the day.
Okay.
Nothing seems to have progressed.
You just look like your normal child.
Thankfully.
Homeless self.
Oh, I thought I was starting to look more normal.
I mean, you are normal.
You look like a fucking vagrant.
I look like a street youth.
Beckett and Chisholmar.
You.
Yeah.
Although I will say
Becky and
something.
Shizzy.
Before
Jizzy glizzy.
this is gonna be just a little aside before
Don't like when you do asides.
aside before like as Maud and what's it called, Amba go to bed. Amba lays down after his watch for just a moment before waking everyone up. He kind of sat back for a while. And then gets up, begins to approach Chisholmar as he's sleeping here. Stealthily approaches the man here.
Could get killed in my sleep.
Sorry, give me a second.
No, put on your break music for killing me.
Is that a thing?
I don't know. You have music for everything.
I don't like this fucking music.
The figure slowly approaches you in the dark, just no malice behind his actions.
Where's going?
Just saunders over your head here. You're my ally. Lead me the way. Leave him alone. For now. He stands up. And goes to bed. You. Make it just a perception check here.
It's a natural 1 for a 6.
You don't budge. You don't even notice he was there for a moment.
Oh my god.
Feels fitting, honestly. I'm so fucking done with this bullshit.
I feel like we've all rolled like shit today.
Although there is just something you might notice. You sleep a little bit more restfully tonight. In fact, you've never felt better when you wake up the next morning.
I should probably start feeling pretty alone here soon if he did what I think he did.
Alright. Last watch. Beckett and Chisholmar, as you wake up here, you feel surprisingly well rested for your little respite here.
A little
Chisholmar.
cat nap.
You feel really good.
Beckamar.
What do you get, Dante? Perception?
+1.
I get +5.
Go for it.
That's their couple name.
Take
Yeah.
edge.
I like it's either Chiskit or Beckamar.
Woo! That's a
She's like
beautiful
just
little
cute.
13.
Chiskit's cute.
13! Okay, that's the full roll.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I rolled like a 3 and an 8.
Spicy.
Ashley.
Lucky sons of bitches.
What's
Yeah.
the number?
Alright. Did you guys have anything you want to converse about? It's been a while, or are you guys just
Yeah.
heading over?
Inbox.
Been a while.
Yeah.
I assumed Dante had something.
Yeah.
Instead of pairing.
Embody.
So,
What is happening?
you've seemed a little off since
Are we having nightmares?
I've, like,
Nightmare.
since
nightmare,
I've seen you
nightmare,
again.
Andre.
I just want to check and see how you're doing and if there's anything I can do to help you.
Do you have a way of breaking a nefarious pact with an immortal being who has a grip on your soul?
What?
I mean,
I love getting to toss some of this random pieces out one on one. Because everybody else gets these little bits of chunks. Like none of us ever gets the full thing.
I can think of one way, but you wouldn't survive.
I would say a way that involves me not dying.
Yeah, I mean, if I kill you, then you'd be
You're not
free
wrong.
from it. But,
He might be a little pissed about that, though. He might take it out on you.
but then I would lose my brother, and that doesn't sound fun.
I would agree with that one.
I want to make sure that while you're having to do all this with your pact, that you're still, taking care of yourself.
Oh, I'm taking care of myself the best that I can.
I know you don't have the people in your life that you're used to, and that can be hard sometimes.
Yeah, you get used to it though after a while.
I mean, getting used to something and being okay is not really the same.
That's a valid point. I will say it has been nice having you all around the past few days.
Yeah, it's been nice getting to see you again. I mean, I thought you were dead, so
I thought you were dead.
I thought I was too for a bit.
I was for a little bit actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, that was the whole thing. Yeah, I was out doing
It was
some
a whole thing.
I was out, doing some shit. Again, the Grey Santa told you do not touch, very bad, kills you
Oh, yeah,
immediately.
I know that.
Yeah, fell completely in it. I was gone, dead. I was gone. I should have been dead. I assume I was dead. Nonetheless, I also believe I was dead because fucking Henri did say the words, "You were dead. I brought you back. I didn't have to." So he's pretty clear about it. I did appreciate the clarity.
Clarity doesn't always mean truth, but yeah,
You're not wrong.
I can understand that.
There were enough context clues that I assumed he was telling the truth on me being dead, and thanks to him, I was no longer dead.
Alright.
I don't
Well,
recommend it.
I'll do my best to not die. I've done pretty good for the last 22 years.
With this in mind, clearing up the rest of the evening, the morning of reckoning befalls you here. As the kind of the sullen sky area of the Bururasa
Fucking
is
this place.
shone about you here. You guys have a mission about you. Amba recovers. What's the game plan?
I mean, I don't know where you guys need to go.
We can just wait outside.
If you guys want to wait outside, and then I can pull the shirt off of him.
I'll stand ready with whatever you need me to do.
Okay.
Right.
And maybe you guys just stand guard. Let's make a safe word that I can yell.
Porcupine.
What is the words you guys use?
Peaches.
It is always better in Rudenbach.
Peaches. Peaches.
No?
Peaches.
Peaches.
How did you know that?
You guys talked about it before.
Not with you.
We did.
No.
When?
We talked about it when we got here. I thought we did.
I don't remember that.
I can't tell if this is Andrew.
I mean, I thought we did.
No, I don't think we did.
Okay, if we didn't, ignore it then.
We
Because
haven't used that.
This
in
isn't
a
supposed to
long
be a
time.
thing.
No,
Okay.
we haven't done
Andrew's
that.
like,
Oh,
guys, I'm actually
shit.
not
I'll
doing
tell
a
you.
bit.
I'll tell you if it's intentional.
It's not like
I thought
last
we had
week.
talked
Yeah,
about this.
and Andrew's
before.
like, no, this one's not a bit.
No, I
this
thought
is
we
I
talked
really
about
thought
this
so.
We haven't used that in forever.
Okay.
No, we haven't used that.
Because we kept getting it confused and then blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I still have it in my notes.
Sus.
You
Yeah, I think I still have it on my
Okay.
Yeah, I think porcupine is good.
Rutabaga.
We're in a real porcupine.
What?
Porcupine.
Poughkeepsie.
You don't have to make it into a phrase. Just yell porcupine.
Alright.
Maud will. So, at this point, Maud will be kind of at a distance. I guess, cause who's actually
we're in,
approaching him?
we're in
I
the house
can
thing.
talk to him.
I think when
the house thing.
the thing is built, like when whatever this fucking man, Whatever this space you was being referenced.
Yeah, mobile fortress.
Whatever. I believe the plan is you three go in.
Yep.
I can join you if you want. It's whatever. And we're mainly keeping these two outside for sure.
Yeah.
But I'll be honest, I think 3 friendly faces is the best way to do
Yeah,
this.
absolutely.
So I honestly say send you 3 in. Just you
Yep.
3, keep it all copacetic, and we'll just be on guard out here for porcupines.
That works for
I'll
me.
work on that wagon wheel again.
Okay. And we'll resolve this later. We don't have a lot of time.
Yeah,
here,
that's fine. I'll remind you again next
but- Yeah,
session.
thank you. Okay, so
No,
the
you don't
group
want to
that's in here.
resolve that in the next
Um,
5 minutes we have?
As the Iron Fortress is set up, before Alma leaves, he twists his hand and spawns the malleable signal and spawns the limp body of Fuzzy in the room, and he quickly leaves, leaving just the crew of Melody, Ember, and Maud left
Yep.
behind.
Dun dun dun.
What do you guys do?
I mean, take the shirt off of him.
Okay.
Take the shirt
You
off.
I
spend
could-
some time here.
I could be a real shit and try to disguise myself as hostile as best I can.
Please don't.
No, I'm not gonna do that.
I mean,
I also wouldn't be able to like make myself that short without also making myself like really wide.
he wakes up, we're just holding a lighter to
Hostle's
him
still a
again.
medium-sized creature.
I know, but like I would have to like shrink down like a couple feet.
He'd have to be
basically.
really fat.
I'd have to make myself into a hostile ball, basically.
I thought you could just change to any
Hostile.
medium-sized creature.
So I think that like my mass has to stay consistent. So
Okay.
there's a give and take.
Okay.
Yeah. But anyway, I mean, I guess I'll volunteer to take off the shirt.
Okay.
And then
Yeah, and then I'll
Melody, you had I feel like out of the 3 of us, you had like the closest connection with him. So if you just want to make sure that you're like closest to him.
Yeah, well, and I'm very persuasive,
Yeah. I mean,
And
I
I
can help with that too.
magic.
You show him your garter bone.
Okay.
Yeah, I can help. So my plan is to just kind of take the shirt off, and then I'm going to just like kind of step back, let you be the first person he gets to interact with, assuming that he wakes up.
I'll stand between you guys and like the door,
Yeah.
like at a friendly distance, but not like obviously blocking the door.
Sure. Okay.
So,
I will
Maud, you begin to
roll to derobe.
you begin finagling the shirt off of this man.
I have low dexterity.
And as you do, you fully pull the shirt over the head here, and you pull it back into, and as it does here, you hear this. As the body lays on the ground here, and just as life begins pouring back in, sucking in air, letting it out in these ragged, heavy breaths here, you see this scowl begin to form on the face, just like a nightmare that's been suppressed for all these days. It's just kind of fighting back and forth. And then you notice something as this is happening. Vines growing up the walls, deep red crimson vines, and the scent of blood just saturating around you. The air becomes foggy and humid as this figure begins to twitch back and forth. And then his eyes shoot open. And a stream of bloody bile streams out of his mouth onto the ground here.
Oh, buddy.
As the second this man was debilitated, he is on his legs. They shake and they move upwards. And as he makes eye contact with every one of you, 3 rings around each of his arms begins to glow a white hot
Oh.
before, as he reaches out, collapses to his knees once again. What are you waiting for? If you're gonna do it, do it.
We're just here to talk.
Do it! You fuckers! legs like spiders, and then his back begins to
He's fucked up.
as almost involuntarily his body begins to writhe into something else entirely. This tiny gnome head, which seems to dangle on a thread as it forms up here to this colossal centaurish creature here, says, "Fuck you," as the image of this personification solidifies into one. We're gonna end there.
Okay.
Great.
I feel like this was not a great idea.
Guys, we've
Was
got
it
You had to figure
we have
something out.
so we have two options because if we meet, we cannot meet in 2 weeks because we have our 10 week, and so we can either meet next week on the 10th or meet on the 24th.
I'll have to check and see. Let's get the
Yeah, like I'm okay with earlier. None of that bothers me. It's just up to you guys.
Let
if
me
you're
let
down
me
to
just
do that.
post that, and then if you guys want to look at it and just let us know.
I'm free on the 10th.
I have nothing on the schedule for any of those days, so I'll do it.